Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? It's your boy Sunny, and we are back with a banger. I start every time with a banger, but you are gonna love this build. Today we have the AI portfolio. This one has been highly requested. Our last one reached over 1.8 million views. What? 1.8 million views, and you don't even know how many watch hours it was. It was over 1 million. So I think it was 3 million watch hours. Crazy stuff. Buckle up, because this one is way better. I've heard you guys. I've seen everything. Next.js 16, OpenAI's brand new agent kit. We got some OGs in the chat right now as well. Let me know where you're watching from. Get excited, guys. As soon as that beat drops, we're jumping into OpenAI's agent kit powered Sanity backed clerk-auth portfolio. It's going to be beautiful. Ready for this, guys? Check it out in 3, 2, 1, boom. Look at this. There we have it, guys. The next gen portfolio. Now, I need to give you a real rundown of what the hell is going on. Firstly, at face glance, we've got, or face value, we've got a backend and a front end. Okay, the backend is going to be powered by Sanity's CMS. So we've got everything nicely gone ahead and organized. So you can go ahead and adjust any of this at any moment in time, and it will real time update over on the front end, right? We can go ahead and scroll down. We've got an About Me section, beautiful client testimonials. You guys can see for yourself. We've got some pretty cool people over here. So, you know, obviously I just asked for them to shout it out, and, you know, they came along and did their thing. So you can thank Jay for that. Very creative. Thank you, Jay. We've got a skill area with a bit of a comparison, skills and experience charts, some work experience. You guys can see for yourself down here. Education, very clean, very nice. Some featured projects, right? But this stuff's kind of, you know, we're used to seeing this. Check this out though. Firstly, the certificates. Okay, now we're starting to get to some step up level. Cool. But you're probably wondering, so this is all UI. Keep going, right? We've got some more stuff. Again, tons and tons. This is all, by the way, fully ready for you guys to go ahead and do what you need to do and use this, right? So like all services. Someone just said, I hope there's a dark mode. I got you, fam. I got you, fam. Let's go and see. Look, yeah. Let's go check it out in dark mode. I see you guys. We've got a get in touch form, and these submissions are even getting pushed through to the back end over here, where we have the new submissions and we have the archived submissions. So we can go ahead and actually, once we read them as done, so let's go ahead and see some new ones. In this case, Alice Williams went ahead and submitted. I can go down here, status, archive that one. Once I've acknowledged it, publish it, it will go out of the new submission list and into the archived. Right, so all of it is dynamic, is absolutely awesome, right? Now I'm going to show you even more, because obviously this wouldn't be an AI clone without some AI. So in this case, guys, you guys can see here, chat with my AI twin. This is where it gets cool. Okay, now loads of people nowadays have a short attention span, yourselves included. It's okay, I understand, we're all there. Check this out though. So if you highlight over this, you can chat with Sunny's AI twin. Now I'm going to go ahead and click it, and firstly we have to log in, because we need to know who the AI agent twin is talking to. Let's go ahead and log in. This is powered by Clerk. So we're going to go ahead and log into my account right now. Click on continue. Destroy the like button if you like what you're seeing, because this took a ton of work and there's so much that's going to get covered today. And I've got so much latest stuff literally just got released like within weeks ago, and I've done it all today. Chat with my AI twin. You can click it. Boom. Hey, I'm Sunny. Ask me anything about my work experience or projects. Okay, so what's your experience? Now, what this is doing behind the scenes, guys, is it's going ahead, going over to OpenAI's brand new agent kit. This is ChatKit, by the way, the brand new one. If you saw the keynote, this is all of that inside of here. We can even modify the different tones. Look, it's even got a thinking model. So in this case, now you can talk to your portfolio. This is going to be a standout portfolio. I don't care what anyone says. If you haven't got this, and you're trying to become a developer and you have a web portfolio, this is just next level standout. Look at this, guys. You can see for yourself, it shows the entire thought process. This, by the way, kept it on so you guys can see it, but you can actually deactivate the thought, so it just shows the output. Now, what is it doing? It's actually reading all of this information, and it's doing it with an MCP server. Yes, you guys have heard it. You might have heard the buzz. MCP servers are damn powerful. We are leveraging Sanity's MCP server to go ahead and get all of this data. Oh wait, Jay, this kills me. This picture is so funny. Okay, so in this case, you can go ahead and keep on chatting with it. And I've even included guardrails. Now you're probably wondering, what the heck is he talking about? Also, did you notice the nice little background? Very clean, right? So look, we can go ahead and close this, open this. By the way, the entire app is mobile responsive. So you guys can see for yourselves, we got a nice little beautiful Look at this. Look, toggles, absolutely amazing. Even on a mobile, it's going to work perfectly. And your boy doesn't just leave it there, guys. Look, we can even go ahead and access all of the previous chat history that we go ahead and talk as this user. If you want to log out, you can click the more, go up to the top, and there'll be a logout button somewhere. I don't know where I put it. Oh, I actually got rid of it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, I need to put that back, but there's a logout button. Okay, so you can go ahead and log out. So in this case, that's how we have the chat. Now, what is this chat being powered by? Let's go ahead and pull it open on the side. Actually, no, I'll open it fresh. So AgentKit. No, not this. I'm way ahead of that. Let me go ahead and refresh. So if we go into, this is OpenAI's brand new AgentKit. Now, guys, this is a crazy powerful agentic workflow. Now, I've got something pretty cool to show you guys before we jump into a tech stack breakdown, but I've learned something pretty cool and I've done it, and I hope it's going to improve the quality of these videos. And all I ask is that you destroy the like button so I can keep on doing it. So firstly, let's go ahead and show you. So right now, if I go ahead and I can actually draw on the screen now. This is pretty cool. Hey, look at that, right? I can actually draw on the screen. Wow, I'm changing cameras as well. So in this case, you guys can see here, look, we start over here. So this is the chat. Okay, so the chat starts over here. That's what you're effectively seeing when that chat portfolio popped up, right? And then what it's doing is it's going through the topic filter agent. Now, why have I got this? This is basically an agent which screens it. You can't ask it anything. Otherwise, think about it. People would come to your website and use it for anything in the world, right? You don't want to do that. Then you've got an if else where it checks, is it appropriate? Okay. Now, if it is appropriate, it goes up this way. If it's not appropriate, it's going to go over this way, right? I'm getting used to this pen. Okay. So just give me some practice time. Now, the guardrails are awesome. This is a really nice feature that they include over here, one of their pre-built tools. And what this is going to do, it can moderate things like swearing, personal information, jailbreak attempts. And once it passes that, it will go to, if it passes, it will go ahead and use the AI twin. And this one has got Sanity's MCP server attached to it. Right, so we've even got MCPs over here and a bunch of other things as well. So you can see if it failed the guardrails, then it will go ahead and send the guardrail agent message. If it failed the topic filter agent, then it's going to go ahead and throw the request to the topic moderator agent. Now, why is this so incredibly powerful, guys? Because this may look simple at hand, but firstly, to build a workflow like this, it actually takes a lot of code. Firstly, now if you click into this, first we can customize everything. Each model, each individual model, we can have different things going on. We can have loads of moving parts. We've got system prompts. You see, I've fully trained these out. You can go ahead and attach different tools, output formats. Different things can be happening, and it's so simple to go ahead and manage. Let's go ahead and try it out over here so you can see it for yourself. Let's click on preview. And now we get to see a full workflow of the entire agentic workflow. Guys, I'm taking it to another level on this channel. I've not seen a single tutorial out there do this. So you guys can see for yourself. Let's go ahead and say, for example, what's the weather? Now pay attention to this side over here, okay? So if I go ahead and say, what's the weather? And I hit enter. Now you'll see, look, it literally will go in. It hit the if else, it says it's not appropriate. And then it returned saying the question you asked isn't appropriate for this AI chat. That's absolutely crazy, right? So we went ahead and did that. Next up, let's go ahead and try again. Let's say, what's your previous work experience? Okay. And then let's go down here. Now you can see, like, oh, it passed that. It went to the guardrails. It's scanning to make sure the prompt is safe. And then it passed through to the AI twin with the Sanity MCP. Now, in here, you can see what it's doing. Look, it's going, I need to respond as the portfolio owner. And it's basically using MCP Sanity tools, going into the backend and then getting the information of the user's request to give them a sufficient response. This is nuts. This is crazy. I have done so much in this build. It's going to blow your mind. And the best part, the entire thing I'm giving away for absolutely free. So you guys are literally getting the entire thing for absolutely free. I see the chat is popping off. Wow. I love and appreciate all of you. Make sure you go ahead and destroy that like button. That's all I ask. All I ask is that you destroy that like button. Look at this, guys. And then it gives the work experience. This is amazing. And in case you're wondering, is he making this up? Let's see, for example, we've got testimonials we could go ahead and access. For example, look, Mr. Beast, right? So we can even say here, for example, is one of the clients Mr. Beast, right? And this I haven't checked my guardrail here if it'll work, but let's see what it does. So in this case, so it actually thought Mr. Beast was I'm trying to misuse the chat. So you see it's not appropriate for the chat. But if I said, for example, show me who you have worked with and any testimonials you have. Imagine somebody comes along to your website and they just want to go ahead and start chatting to an AI agent, because this is where it's going, guys. Right now, in this case, we go down here. It's going to scanning to see if it's appropriate or not. Let's go ahead and see. And then it made it past it, guardrails, and then bam, it made it through our checks. So now it's going to go ahead and do what it needs to do to get that information for us. And then we can see in just a moment, it's going to come back with a brilliant answer. And that's going to be exactly what we expected, right? But this is awesome. You can see all of the breakdown here. This is really, really powerful, okay? Now, if we click on close preview, that's going to do its thing. You can even evaluate here, which is pretty damn awesome. But we'll jump into some more of this afterwards, right? What's going on with this stuff? Now, that's not all I did, guys. So obviously, Clerk made this entire thing possible with the authentication being so easy. It was so fast that it just literally happened in front of our eyes right now. Right, so literally that was powered by Clerk. So I'll jump into a little bit more about Clerk in a moment. Sanity are the ones powering the entire backend. So all of the links are in the description to obviously sign up while we do this tutorial. But you guys can see for yourselves, this is actually one of my older builds. We'll get it updated, but you guys can see Sanity power everything. But I'm going to really dive into what the hell we're doing here in a second, right? So we can see here the Sanity backend. Now I took it. You thought that was enough. I took it even a step further. It's nuts, right? Look at this. So we have the Sanity backend on the left, and we have my live site on the right. Okay, so this is live. This is deployed and live. Now, I want to show you something, guys. I'm going to go into my portfolio content. Now, imagine, I made a mistake. I want to change something live, real time. Say if I do Sunny123 and I publish that change. What is going to happen? Sanity is live by default. So what's going to happen? This is going to go ahead and propagate through. And look at that. It's live by default. It changed. That is crazy powerful, guys. Like everything is coming through the CMS. Like literally everything. See them words that is scrolling through the CMS. See the image that you see here? Through the CMS. Everything. And it's all live by default. This is nuts. Okay. So now what I want to show you is they have an interesting tool called presentation, right? So I've gone ahead and implemented something called visual editing, because of course I can edit it that way, but we like to take things extra on the channel. I don't care if we have to. I like to go the extra mile for you guys. So you guys can see for yourself, this is called presentation mode. Now, this is visual editing. This is amazing, guys. If I come down here, let's go ahead and say, if I click on, let's go ahead and do something like my work experience. Okay. So Tech Corp Global. Okay. I click that one. It will take me to the exact document at the exact point that I clicked, and I can go ahead and update it. Tech Global 123. And before I even publish it, I can actually go ahead and see a preview of it in a moment. So in a moment, that will go ahead and change to Tech Global 123, and I can see a preview before it's published. So that means I can actually see it on the website. So imagine the power behind this, because product teams, not the devs, can come along and make changes before they publish, which is damn incredible, right? As we go down here, you guys can see for yourselves, we've got some of these pretty cool areas. We've got the certificates as well. Look at that. If I want to go ahead and click on that certificate, even through the 3D effect, bam, we have it right here, right? This is crazy, guys. Like you've got all of this at your disposal, and I'm going to teach you everything today for free, right? So now you guys can see over here, if we go back to the portfolio now and I hit a refresh, what you're also going to find is that now I'm in draft mode. So you see that because I enabled it through the backend, now I'm in draft mode. So if I was to click on any of these points, it's going to load. Yeah, if I was to click on any of these points and I click open in studio, it will do that. Or I can disable draft mode and it will refresh and I'll be back on the regular website. There we go. And as you can see, I've got all of these nice pre-prompts. Let's go ahead and make it a bit more chatty. Let's say, for example, what have you built? Right? And then you see it's already got these pre-populated. It's just crazy. I don't know what more to say. This is nuts. This is one of the best builds we've ever done on this channel, period. It's so damn clean. We have tons and tons of cool tech behind it. Now, what am I going to do here? I'm going to go ahead and actually start drafting out all of the tech that we're going to cover today to make this possible. And then I'm going to go ahead and start breaking things down. Okay. And I'm also going to be showing you how to do it the modern next gen developer way. This is literally going to be the next gen developer way. So I'm going to show you how you can use AI assisted coding, how you can go ahead and do it all yourself. Everything is going to be covered in today's video. I've got your back. And if you're watching the replay of this, all you need to do is destroy the like button, number one, subscribe to this channel, and make sure you go ahead and leverage the timestamps down at the bottom so you can skip to the pieces and points that you want to go to. Now, if you want all of this code, I give it to you already for absolutely free. You can go in the description. It's one of the first links you'll see. It'll go ahead and pop up with the code form, right? It'll say literally get the code for free. All you need to do is pop your name and email in. And by the way, when you do this, I'm not just giving the code for free, guys. I'm launching a next-gen developer community. I'm going to disclose the name shortly because it's just so exciting. We've been working on this for a very long time. It's the most affordable platform community, everything that we've ever done in our bloody life. And all I can say is that if you sign up and get the code, it's a win for you. And we're also going to say thank you just for being a part of the community by giving you an exclusive discount to that community when we launch, period. And it is incredibly affordable and you guys are going to bloody love it. And it's all about AI and next gen development. And I'm going to launch the thing very soon. So all you have to do is go ahead and get the code and you're already you're already going to get that coupon. There you go. Pretty damn awesome. I know. All right. So in this case, guys, we've got this. We've got AgentKit. Let's dive straight into a demo of the tech itself, right? So there's so much that I can honestly go ahead and see. Like, let's do black screen. I can do it a few ways, but I kind of want to do this one for a reason, yeah. So I can see everything else, otherwise it will blank out the screen. So let's talk about the tech stack, right? Now, bear in mind, I'm actually using this new approach where I can type in, I can draw with this pen. Very cool, by the way. So I've got this new pen that I can now do stuff on the screen with. So I'm going to do tech stack and oops, let me freeze it and bring it back. So let's do the tech stack for today. So hopefully I can teach you guys a bit easier now. And this should help out a lot, but you're going to have to give me a minute to get used to the handwriting. All right. So we got the tech stack. Okay. So let's go into this. So we got the Next.js. What we got next? Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm under pressure right now. For the writing, I'm going to do this. The next, for the diagrams, I'll use it. Next.js 16. We've got Sanity CMS, or now they branched to Sanity, but Sanity CMS powering all of the backend. We're going to be leveraging the Sanity MCP server, which is Model Context Protocol. You need to know about what that is, trust me. And then we're also going to be using visual editing, right? So all of this, and the best part, it's all live by default, right? So all of that is live by default. It's pretty damn awesome. Then of course we've got Clerk powering the entire thing. This is going to power all of our authentication methods, right? Then we also have Aceternity UI. This is a new one on the channel, but Aceternity UI is effectively going to give us that beautiful, those little kind of cards that we had and all that kind of stuff. It's going to go ahead and give us all of that, which is, oh, what have I done? No. Yeah, I can see it on my other screen. Very weird. And then I've introduced a few new things today. Biome. If you know what Biome is, you're going to love it. If you don't, you're absolutely going to love it. Either way, right? It's a really nice, handy tool to go ahead and lint your code, fix some errors very quickly. So we're going to cover that today as well. I told you, next-gen developer, period. This is the place you need to be standing out from the crowd right now, okay? We've got Tailwind CSS, of course. We've got Framer Motion. This app is literally jacked with tech. It's incredible. We've got OpenAI's brand new AgentKit, right? And then to render the entire chat UI, we've got ChatKit. Like, just keep destroying that like button. That's all I'll say. Just keep destroying the like button. I can go on for ages about how much tech there is inside this build, right? So we've got all this. I'm going to show you about Cursor, how you can use it with assisted coding. All of that is going to get covered as well today. So there is so much in this build. It's absolutely wild. Okay. So I can see the chat popping off. I'm going to go ahead and introduce all of we'll kind of cover all your comments before we start. Don't worry. Shadcn is involved as well. We've got graphs as well. So not just Shadcn, we've even got the graphs. It's absolutely going to be a crazy thing. Thank you, Jay, for reminding me. And of course, with Sanity, we even get that studio backend. So we're going to have an embedded studio inside the entire thing. By the way, Next.js 16 also means, if you haven't already realized, that we are using React 19. And in the new update with the Next.js 16 release, that means that we have the React compiler. So this is the React compiler. So let's just call it the compiler. So that means we get better performance. Pretty awesome. Okay. So yeah, there's tons and tons of stuff. Someone says AgentKit is buggy. I don't believe so. Honestly, I've not actually had any bugs with it. It's been incredible for me. But we can jump through your situation and figure out what's going on. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and just give a few comment replies right now before we get started, because I can see your chat is absolutely popping off, guys. So let me go ahead and just, oops, okay. How do I keep it? Oh, no, I've lost it. That's fine. All right. So let's jump back over to this. You guys can see the build in the background. And yeah, let's have a look what you guys have said. So I appreciate all of you guys. Firstly, chat is absolutely popping off. I see Portugal, Nigeria, UK, Sri Lanka, US, all of you guys in the house, London, what's up? And everyone's excited about Next.js 16. Clearly, I can read it. If you're watching the replay, read the chat. It's absolutely awesome. Someone goes, I like the MCP for Sanity idea to integrate with OpenAI. Yeah, it's really awesome. The guardrails as well. Pretty damn powerful, guys. These guardrails that we're going to cover today inside of here. So well, I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah, these guardrails right here. I give you all the prompts, by the way, in the GitHub repo. So you're going to have all of that as well. So this is just nuts, right? Alexander Petronov says, one of the best portfolio sites I've ever seen. Yes, you know it. It's going to be absolutely incredible. We got hi Aceternity. What's up, dude? He goes, Bob Fan providing the goods as usual. Tons and tons of stuff here. Angela said, I absolutely love Biome. Yep, you guys know what Biome is. We're covering it today. So there is so much to go ahead and get excited about, including, like I said, Next.js 16. It was released, let's see, 3 days ago, guys. This was released 3 days ago, and we have a full build ready for you. So you're welcome, okay? So let's go ahead and jump back in. So Exila goes, YouTube downstairs, putting the names back in. I thought so. I was wondering why everyone's names are different. What's up, Jamie? I see you in the chat. We got some OG Papa Fan members. Guys, remember as well, if anything is too difficult today, you know, you're not really sure how you can keep up to pace with me, you're kind of getting left behind and you're kind of stuck as to what the hell's going on, then feel free. Remember, before we launch University of Code, of course, oh, I've just said it now. Before we launch our new community, then we're going to go ahead and keep the door open for Zero to Full Stack Heroes. So you can still be a part of that. And any member inside of Zero to Full Stack Heroes is going to get an exclusive benefit when they join our new community as well. So feel free to go ahead and check it out at popreact.com/course. And you guys can learn over there, cover all the gaps in your knowledge that we're going to be covering today. Okay, I think we need to get started because this is pretty exciting. Now, firstly, I also want to say, look at that. Just look at that UI. Like, that is so nice, man. Like, all of this, super. Oh, yeah, there it is, the sign out button. I don't know why I didn't see the sign out button before. Because I wasn't signed in. There you go. There's the sign out button, guys. I was going crazy for a second. Yeah, and of course, we have our chat twin. Yeah, it's just so cool. So sleek. All right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you guys can follow along. So I've given you all the code, like I said, in the description. So if anyone comes and, you know, is wondering, where the heck is the code for this thing? The code is in the description. Go check it. It's for free. You put your name in, you put your email in, we send it to you. Check your spam folder. That happens most of the time. Sometimes you might go in the spam folder for some reason. Go ahead and grab it and then carry on, right? So let's jump straight into the build and we can figure out what's going on. Now, firstly, just as well, before I jump in, Sanity, like if you're wondering, some of you know who clerk-auth, but you're probably a bit confused about maybe what I meant by Sanity. Sanity effectively is what we're going to be using as our content operating system. It's going to be effectively the thing providing all of the data to our app, right? So think of it, it actually does many things, right? We've got the visual editing, which is what I spoke about. The headless CMS is what we use to actually change the fields. We've got the fully type safe end-to-end protection as well, which I'm going to be showing you today. So much stuff that they're working on. They even just released a new very cool agent feature, which I'm very excited to jump into. But if you want to go ahead and get started, use the link in the description to go ahead and get started with it, right? Make sure you hit this page because this allows us to do this for absolutely free. Otherwise, it's very difficult for us to just keep on doing these crazy massive builds for free. So this is how we're able to do it. Now, as a benefit as well, we will go ahead and double the duration of your trial for the paid features. By the way, everything that we do today is available in the free plan, just so you're aware. And of course, it gives you so much more, which I'm going to dive into today. One of my favorite things about Sanity is the Sanity Content Lake. It's basically the live sync between the front end and the back end. And that's how I'm able to change things in the studio, like you guys could see over here. I can change things in the studio and then without having to redeploy or anything, it will change on the front end. And that is really nice. Like that will make a really, really big difference when you go into production environments. Trust me, we actually have a B2B SaaS at the moment and we're using it. So yeah. And of course, Clerk, I kind of briefly jumped over, but if we sign out, you guys can see we had a full authentication flow. We're actually blocking the use of the chat if you're not signed in. So at this point, you guys can see we've got continue with Google or we've got our email auth. This entire flow is powered by Clerk. And I just love Clerk. You guys have seen them tons in my videos. They've got incredible UIs. We can just throw them in. They work out of the box. Email, SMS, one-time password, session management, multi-factor authentication, everything you can imagine, including something which I don't hear enough being spoken about, but B2B stuff. So the organizations, the users, we've used it a ton. They're incredible. They got lots of webhooks, bot detection, a few other features which are really, really helpful. And they even have an agent kit of their own to go ahead and give your agent some context. So there's lots and lots you can do with Clerk in the mix, right? So let's go ahead and build this thing. Okay. So what I want you guys to do now is we're going to go into Warp. So let's go into Warp. I like to use Warp. You can use a regular terminal if you want. I'm going to go into Documents and Builds. That's where I like to put my stuff. And we're going to go ahead and do, I'm going to do create React. No, sorry, next app. So just follow my lead here. So in this case, you do npx, create next app at latest, and then we're going to start doing what we need to do. So in this case, I'm going to say, let's call this one Next.js portfolio -YouTube. Okay. And this will go ahead and ask you, yes, we're happy with that. 16, you see. And then we've got a few things here. So would you like to use the recommended Next.js defaults? So in this case, look, TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS. You know what? I actually want to customize the settings because I want to show you biome. So in this case, we're going to do that. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use biome? Yes. Biome is very cool, right? I feel it's way faster than ESLint and a few other these things. We're going to use biome. Would you like to use the React compiler? Oh, actually, this is a good question. Damn, I don't know because I don't think I used the actual React compiler in this build. I didn't get this pop-up. Let's try it. Let's try it. I'm going to try it on live. This is a bit dangerous, but we're going to try it. Okay. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. The rest of them defaults are fine. Would you like to customize the import alias? Nope. And that's fine. So we're going to try the React compiler. We're going to try it live together. All right. There you go. I'm putting myself at risk for you guys. Let's check it out. So let that do its thing. We got Singapore in the house. What's up? He goes, hi, Sunny and everyone. Greetings from Singapore. Good to be back. And thanks for another amazing session. You're absolutely welcome, dude. All right. So in this case, here we have it. Now that's done. Let's CD into our next-gen portfolio. And then we're going to do cursor dot. Okay. Now I can close the back one. And now we're inside of cursor. Now you can use cursor, you can use VS Code. It doesn't matter, guys, honestly. All I do ask of you is you go to your extensions, and this is to help you out. Type in ES7 firstly, get this snippet pack. It's really helpful. All right, go ahead and get this because it makes things much easier when you're working to build new components. Also, I want you to get the biome one as well. So tool chain of the web, this one right here, where you got format unsave and a bunch of other stuff, code refactoring and a few things, right? So just once you got those, there's more to it. There's Tailwind and a couple of others, but you can feel free to go ahead and look at them yourself. But let's go ahead and spin up this app, right? So what I want to do firstly is Command J, and we're going to do, we're using package lock. Let's do PMPM. So I'm going to delete my package lock for a second. And I'm going to do PMPMI. It's a bit faster. And this should be able to resolve everything without any issues. PMPM, by the way, if you don't know, it just allows you to reuse your modules as opposed to downloading brand new ones for every single node module. So it's a lot more efficient. So that's done. And there you go. There we are. Happy days. Next, React 19.2. Cool. I want to run this PNPN dev. Okay. And then this will spin up on localhost 3000. So what I like to do is throw a new window over here. I'm going to throw it over here. And lots of you always ask, by the way, what browser are you using? I'm using Arc browser, right? So we should see a Next.js starter point. Oh, there we have it. Nice. They've actually even updated this. Very clean. Okay. Now, if you go into next config, you guys can see the React compiler is true here. And what we should be able to see, well, it doesn't actually show us much here, but you can see compile and render. right? So it should be faster in theory with everything that we're doing, and we shouldn't have to have memorizations and all that stuff. So what I want you to do is firstly, just clear this out. So in the home page, grab everything from the main down, delete it, and there we go. And I just want to go ahead and say H1, hello world, right? And I want to go ahead and get rid of this. Now these are just Tailwind CSS utility classes. So in this case, this should be your ultimate starting point, okay? Now let's set up the things that we need to set up. Step one, I want you to set up Sanity and Clerk, because we need those in order to get the app working in the way that we want to. So firstly, I want to go ahead and go to Clerk on the top and go to dashboard, right? Or sign in, it will say for you. Now, once you're there, I want you to go ahead and go to create application. You will just have maybe this screen pop up for the first time. I'm going to call it Next.js Portfolio YouTube. Cool. And then here, what I love about it is you can just go ahead and toggle different things like GitHub, Apple. We're going to stick with Google to make things very simple today. Create your application. Now, the thing I love about Clerk and Sanity is they have really nice docs. So in this case, like, it's waiting for users, and we can simply go ahead and follow the instructions now. So I want to go ahead and grab this command right here. Command J, pop this up, split the tab, and go ahead and pop in the install command over on the right tab. So that way, in the left one, we've got our server running. On the right, we've got a free tab. And by the way, guys, we're almost at 200 likes. Destroy that like button. Bloody appreciate all of you. Sahib, what's up, dude? I see some OGs in the house as well. Good to see you guys, right? So there we have it. And now we want to go ahead and interesting one. Maybe I do that. Okay. But once we're done, we need the environment keys. Now, of course, these are private. Because I'm going to invalidate my keys, I'm going to show you them up until the OpenAI part, because that's billable, right? So I'm going to go ahead and create a new .env.local file over here, paste in my environment keys. And of course, you should not expose these keys. Next, public is basically okay to expose because these are exposed on the client. These are only available server side because they're private keys, okay? Hence why they don't say next public. Right, so don't do what I did and just show you the keys, right? I'm doing that for educational sides of things, right? Now we need to add this middleware. Now, okay, this is an interesting one. So middleware is now changed to proxy inside of Next.js 16, okay? So what you want you to do is the same steps apply. You want to copy this, but at the top level, we're going to go ahead and call proxy.ts because it's Next.js 16. And then we go ahead and do that. And then you should be able to see the proxy file must export a function named proxy, but once we save it, it's all good. Yeah, that should be all fine. And now hit a refresh and you should see that you're still good. Yeah, so that's fine. It's because I didn't save the file before. Right, so once that's done, we need to go ahead and wrap our app in the Clerk provider. Okay, so next up, we go back over here to our layout. Layout wraps the entire app, okay? So we're going to go down here and we're going to go ahead and say Clerk provider, wrap the entire app with that Clerk provider and do control spacebar, import it like so. And there we go. Okay. And again, I want you to hit a refresh. You should be all good. Okay. So once we've done that, everything else seems pretty fine and you can pretty much create your first user. So we'll go ahead and do that momentarily. Right. So in this case, they've just showed you how to add in sign up buttons, sign out buttons and so forth. We can do that afterwards, but that's just step one to getting Clerk set up, right? Now you're ready to move forward with the authentication side. Next up, I want you to go to the link in the description, click on this Sanity link. You'll reach this page, click get started with the coupon. And then what I want you to do is create a new Sanity project. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to type in Next.js portfolio -YouTube. Okay. New organization. We've got one already. Create project, right? And you should see coupon applied. Okay. Now, once that's done, we're going to go ahead. Let me know if you want the music higher or lower as well. For me, it helps me kind of get in the vibe of things, right? So in this case, Simeon's done an awesome video. You can go ahead and click on this and watch it for yourself. If I click it, you can see it for yourself. Our friend Simeon has done a really nice job of explaining everything. So you guys can literally follow along with him. Or you can just simply follow the steps I'm going to do. So in this case, at the top level, we've got npm create sanity latest, and then you got a bunch of stuff over here. Oops, that was my bad. Let's go ahead and grab this. Now you can see on the last line output path, Studio Next Gen Portfolio YouTube. we don't want it to call it that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Command J, and in the free terminal, I'm going to paste that command, but I'm going to change that last one just to be Studio. Okay. And now what we should be able to see is, if I remember that correctly, is it will try and install this package. We say yes, all good. Let that do its thing. And you can see we've got dataset production. We can do development and production. I'm probably going to switch that to development afterwards, but for now, that command's absolutely fine. It's all good. So let that install, and then afterwards, you can see log into the studio. It'll be running on our local, right? And I'll show you what that means. And then after that, we start defining our schemas. So again, really nice videos, really nice tutorial here about how you can query content with Grok, which is their query language. So you know how you have GraphQL, you have different query languages. The one that we use for querying Sanity contents is a Grok. And I'm going to show you how we can type gen protect it so we can have type safety when we use it. I keep doing that. Why don't I go back? Okay. Now that's taken a sec. That'll do its thing. And afterwards, we should have a Sanity section over here. Okay. Now, if we click into Biome as well, you can see Biome just essentially has some formatting rules and a bunch of other stuff. So if you ever wonder, how is this file saving? You know, like if I was to go ahead and hit save, you see how it formats like that? You just do Command, comma, go into your settings, type in format on save, and you want to make sure that this is toggled. And then a little trick, Command Shift P, and then you want to type in format document width, right? And you see this format document width, and then you see Biome. And if you click configure default, you can switch it to Biome. Okay, so that in case you're wondering, I always get that question afterwards in the comments, so I thought I'll address it. Here we can go ahead and modify this to be next gen portfolio, right? Whatever you want to do, and that's the metadata of the page. Now, is we done yet? Yep, here we are. Right, so it will log us in. Would you like to add configuration files? Yes, we would. Would you like an embedded studio? Yes, we would. What route would you like for the studio? /studio is great. Would you like to add the project ID and dataset to your env local? Yes, we would. Okay, so all of that's great. And then it also added localhost to the cause origin on the Sanity backend, right? So that's great. And what is that bit that it's talking about? You see here, we have API. Then you can see cause origin. So this is basically saying which domains can access this Sanity backend, right? And you see it's installing a bunch of things, image URL and a few other things. And you see sometimes this can happen. It can crash on the back. It's fine. Don't worry too much. What I'm going to do now is just let that do its thing. And then let's do npm dev. And then just restart the server. And then you see we're all good to go, right? And you just try re-render a page and you're all good. And there you go. Success is done. And what we can see now, if I close that, we can see on the side, we've got Sanity, and then we've got our environment files and so forth. And we've also got this new route, Up Studio. And Studio with this catch-all and page. This is basically the page to go ahead and render things. So how does that look? So let's go to localhost /studio. And you'll see we also have a new nice compiler. Oh, that's nice. Even when I was building it, I didn't use the compiler. That's pretty cool. And now you can see /studio. And you can see now it'll give us this login gate. Now, of course, this is a really handy thing about having a Sanity backend is on our own domain. So imagine we had sannysanga.com. You would then have sannysanga.com/studio, and you can log in to the account. Now, you can also have many different users. And that's the one thing I really like about Sanity is when you're on that backend studio, see, I'm in my, obviously, I'm in my user profile, but of course you can actually invite different members to your project as well and have like, you know, for example, Jay come in and modify things. And they also released this new thing over here. So content agent, right? Which I definitely recommend you check out. So let's add our schemas and all of that good stuff. Now, right now, this is great. The studio is up and running. If we go to our Sanity folder and schema types, you see we have no schemas, okay? So what is a schema? What does that mean? Well, effectively, it means what is the backend look like, right? What is our database structured as? What are the fields? What are the, you know, the first name, last name, all that stuff is all part of a schema, right? Now, again, like I mentioned before, all of the code I've given to you beforehand, so that way we can get through this build in a relatively nice amount of time as opposed to getting drowned away. So what I want you to do is download the code And then when you're in the code, so what I want you, so if you go ahead and fill out that form inside the description, you'll reach this page, enter your name and email, hit submit, and then we will send you the GitHub repo, right? So this will go ahead and give you access to the GitHub repo. And then inside of here, you will have everything that you essentially need. So this is effectively the finished code base, the one that you're seeing, the deployed version. Okay. So with that in mind, let's head back over. And I want to go ahead and start setting up my schema. Okay. So step one, let's go ahead and show you guys, or inside of types, we're going to have a bunch of different tables effectively. Right. So the different tables would resemble like, you know, the profile, the achievements, blog, certification, contact, all that good stuff. So this is the list that we're essentially going to have. Now, of course, we don't have any of these yet, so we have to create each one. Okay. So let's start off with the profile. So to give you a bit of a understanding. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the profile right now. And the profile, effectively, we use this define type. And you see, we give it a name, a profile, and a document. Then we have the fields, right? And then we have all of the different fields that we're going to effectively render out. And then you have a preview. The preview is responsible for, well, you don't see it here, but typically that is the preview part, okay? So in the profile, we have something called a singleton, which means that we're only going to have one record show in our custom view. So that's why I've done it this way, but this is effectively what it is. So in this case, we can define first name, string, and validation rules is required. And you can see that we've even got the descriptions and so forth. That's how we're getting all these nice little descriptions and all this goodness, right? And even here, headline animated words, that's an array. So what you can actually say here is animated words is type array of string. And you can say each one, it has to be minimum 2 characters or 10 characters max. So you can go ahead and do something like that, right? Cool. So in this case, you've even got images, right? So images out of the box, they're there, they work. Marios, what's up, dude? I see you in the chat. We got some proper OG, some Diamond Papa Fan members here. It's been a while. Yeah, awesome to see you, dude. Right. So we got the profile done, and then that's going to be rendered in like so. Okay. Now we need to do that for the rest of them, the project and so forth. So for the project, we're going to pop that in. And again, all of this is available in the GitHub, in the code repo, sorry. So you got the categories of I've given a bunch of example ones. Obviously this is niching down to coding, so web application, mobile app, and so forth. But you can feel free to really go ahead and customize it, even live URL, you know, in the final app, right? So for example, for a project, if I was to go down here to our projects, you can see that you got the live demo link. All of this is getting pulled through on the backend, right, from here. Okay. And also feature project. Should we show it on the homepage, right? So I've given you some customized flexibility and all that goodness, so you guys can do it yourself. Now, let's go ahead and firstly, oops, I keep doing that again. Let's go ahead and pull that. Then we've got skill, experience, education, a bunch of others, right? So in this case, I'm going to start running through them fairly quickly. Skill, same thing with proficiency levels. Let's go back over. It'll make a lot of sense once we get it down. Even experience. Let's pop that in as well. Again, all of the code is available in the GitHub. So you guys can see it. There you go, experience. And then we've got the navigation as well. So let's go ahead and, oh wait, is navigation next? What was it? Education. So education is next. Education.ts. And then we have the education testimonial, certification, achievements. So I should have just copied this folder, to be fair. All right, let's start doing it. Import testimonial. We have the testimonial next. These are the different testimonials for the user, right? Then we have the certification. So certification, achievement, blog. I'm just grabbing them as well so we can jump through it. Blog, service, contact, site settings, and navigation. All right, there we go. So I'm going to grab those, pop these in. Oh, I've already done certification. Delete that one. My bad. Yeah, and then what we can do is start pulling them in. Okay. Log, service, contact, site settings, and navigation. Okay. Now, with that done, we can refresh our backend studio. And what we should see is now, we've got contents. But you see here, right? We've got, for example, I have to create a document inside of the profile, right? And then if we click that document, I can see all of the different fields, right? So that's good. But typically we just want to see one profile because it's only going to be for the one profile, right? So how do we firstly do that? And then also how do we customize all of the stuff like you see here, right? Well, this looks way better, right? We've got some nested navigation and he's got all that going on and fancy stuff. So how do we do that? And then how do we achieve the singleton pattern? So what we do is we have to tap into something called the structure. So inside of the Sanity folder, there's a file called structure. And effectively, this is resolving how the structure of the layout will be. As you can see right now, it's just got a title, content, and then it's got a document type list items. So it just says content, and then it's rendering the list items. Okay. I appreciate you, Marius. Thank you. Yeah. So once we have that down, what we want to do is start customizing it. Okay. So let's actually get rid of this. So we don't want to list out all of the items. Instead now, let's start off one by one. Okay. So we want to have an array inside of here. And then let's start with the profile singleton, right? And then let's put a divider. So I'm going to pop a profile singleton, user icon. You're probably wondering, oh, how did you get the icons? Well, we're going to need a couple of icons later on. So we need to import those from Sanity icons, right? So I actually need to install Sanity icons. I just want to double check one thing. So let's do Sanity icons. Interesting. Oh, that's my fault. npm. Oh, do you know, I'm just going to install it myself. Yeah, I'm going to install it myself. So let's do pnpm I Sanity icons, and then we'll install it into the project. Cool. Hit save, and now we have them. And then, for example, we've got the list item profile, and that's actually matching to profile screen. Oh no, sorry, that's just the title for the left sidebar, and we've got the icon for it. And then the child is document schema type profile. That's the one matching to the schema name. And if you remember, profile had the name at the top, that one. So lowercase, you see that? And then document ID singleton. So this is the part, right? This could be anything, but it's basically going to be the singleton pattern. So we just want one instance of a profile, right? If I hit save now and I hit retry, we should be good with that. So see that I've got a profile and I've got a single document. Oh, what's this? No type provided in parameters. We'll come back to it anyway. Right, I'll fix that after. Let's do next up. We've got the portfolio section. So let's go ahead and get that one. And we've got the divider as well. So portfolio section, a little bit bigger. Here you can see list item, title, portfolio with an icon. And then we've got the different things, projects, skills, and services. Each one is listing the different schema type, document type list under it. So you've got this projects being rendered, skills being listed, and services. So what does that actually mean and look like? Well, if we go back over here, you can see if I go into portfolio, projects, it will just render out all the project children. If we go skills, skills children, services, services children, and so forth. Okay. So after that, we've got the professional background. This one's a bit bigger. And again, code is available in the GitHub repo. So let's go ahead and pop that in. So you got the professional background. We go back over here. You got the work experience. And again, just gets all of the documents with the experience, schema type, education, certification, achievements, right? So again, professional background, each one will just render out that document type. Okay, so this is fairly easy to go ahead and customize. So you can go ahead and do the same thing. We've got the content and community. And this makes it really nice for whoever's changing the backend stuff to go ahead and do what they need to do, right? So even the contact form submission, this is the only one that's a little bit different thing going on. So here you've got the contact form submission. Remember I said we can actually archive different contact submissions? Well, we can, because you can see that filter, type contact, and status is new, and type contact and status is archived. So we're basically filtering the sub views on those things. So in this case, if I go back, contact form submissions, you can see that new submissions and archived. Each of them are of type contact, but we're obviously filtering out a certain type. Okay. So once we've done that, we've then got navigation, and then we've got site settings. Those are the last two. Okay. So we've got navigation and site settings. All right. Those are the final ones. Now these navigation and site settings are effectively just going to be for, so if we go back to here, site settings, wait for it. There you go. We've got site settings. You've got the site title, site name, keywords, and a bunch of other stuff. And then we've got navigation links. So here, these are actually going to be corresponding to the ones that you see on the bottom of the screen. So we're going to have, you see these ones? These are actually going to be pulled through based on the CMS, right? So this is the part where everyone probably thinks, damn, Sonny, now I have to go ahead and, you know, add all of that data myself. And I understood that that was a pain point in the past. So what I've done is, because I'm a nice guy and I help you guys out, is I've gone ahead and added a data folder in the final GitHub repo, right? So inside that GitHub repo, the one where you use, you know, where you fill out your details in the form in the description down below, and then you should be able to get access to this GitHub repo. Go to the data folder, and here you can see we've got a bunch of import data, plus we've got a bunch of an import script. So whether you're on Windows or whether you're on Mac, and I've done this to help you guys out because I know the pain of importing things. Now, what I want you to do is we're going to go ahead, and you need to firstly make sure you've got the Sanity CLI. So obviously, what does that look like? If you go to Sanity CLI, I need you to install this. So you want to go ahead and run one of these commands. I've already done it. I'm not going to do it again. All right. So you go ahead and install that command, and then you should log in effectively by just typing Sanity login. I've already done that. Next step is we need to go ahead and import stuff. Okay. So what I want to do is, you're probably wondering, but how does your backend know where everything is? Well, in this case, these were auto added for us when we started the project up, right? And then we've got the clerk ones over here. What I want you to do is, firstly, let's just change this to develop, right? So develop, we don't actually have a Sanity dataset called develop, but we're going to assume that everything from now on is in the develop dataset. Okay. See, dataset not found, right? So what can we do firstly to fix that little issue? So if we go over to Sanity's backend, we go to datasets. We can create a new dataset called develop. Public is fine for now. Obviously, you can make it private to make it more secure and all that stuff if you need to. But in this case, we're just going to keep it public. This is public data. And now, if we do a retry, we should not have an issue, right? It should go through. There we are. So, back. There you go, right? So what I want you to do now is Command J, pull that up. And then we're going to do cd data. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I haven't got the data folder yet. So I want you to copy that data folder from the GitHub repo into your directory, right? And then you see I've got a bunch of stuff. Now, what is this doing? Well, if I go to profile, for example, you can see, look, it's actually got a bunch of sample data about John Doe for the singleton profile and all this other stuff. Now, what I want you to do is go ahead and do Command J and do cd data. And now we're in the data folder, right? And then what I want you to do is type in, let's do ls. So I just want to check import all.sh, right? So we're going to go ahead and do, I believe it was just import, import sh, and then it's develop or development, develop, yeah. And you're going to type in develop, right? And hit enter. Now, what's this going to do? I built a nice little script, right? AI did help me, I ain't gonna lie. But in this case, continue with import. This will replace all existing documents. I'm gonna press Y. It says starting import, not in project directory, assuming context of project. And then you see it fetches available data sets, and then it will fetch, and then it will start adding. So successfully imported skills, and then it goes ahead and it's doing it. So look, imported profile, imported education, imported experience. And I've done all of this for you guys, so you can basically get set up very quickly. I don't see anyone doing that, and that kind of annoys me, because when you're learning, it's nice to have that, that ability to be able to do that, because you can just get a quick start. That's a great time for a water break. Destroy the like button as well. We're going really well on timing, right? So that's going to go ahead and import all of the stuff, all of the data. And as you can see, import complete, visit your Sanity Studio to verify the data, right? And then all we have to do is upload the images, okay? So we've got an error here. What's this for? Data set not found. Oh, okay. I think we did fix that though. So, oh, I created it in the wrong. No, I don't think I did. Yeah. So we're going to profile now. We should see John Doe. Let's see. There we go. Nice, right? This is a known bug, by the way. So if you see that one, I wouldn't worry too much. There's going to be a very quick patch that will solve that one very shortly. But you guys can see now, I've got all of the data set up. All you need to do is go ahead and upload an image. So in this case, for example, I'm going to go ahead and pick an image of myself. I actually don't. Do I have an image? Yeah, I do have an image. Yeah. So let's go ahead and grab an image of myself and head back over to the app. And you guys can see here, now I've got an image of myself, right? And then, yep, the rest is fine, right? So obviously, what you can do here is go ahead and customize it out. We're going to publish that to make the changes. And then you can see for yourself that there's a bunch of example projects, skills, services. And now we've got the backend effectively somewhat set up so we can actually start doing things that we want to do. Now it says structure and vision. We can change that as well. I'm wondering, where did I change that one? That one was actually in, one moment, guys. I need to check that one. Oh yeah, so this vision tool is how we can query the Sanity backend, and we're going to use that later on. But in the meantime, what I recommend you do is type in sanity.config.ts, and you'll have all the different tools, one of which being the vision tool. What I want you to do is just add a title and just call that, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it Grok query tool, whatever the case. It just makes it a bit more simple when you see that to be like, that's the Grok, all right? One, so you got structure and Grok. Akash goes, hi Sunny from New York, really appreciate his build, looks super cool. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you so much. Right? Make sure you guys destroy that like button, almost at 200 likes. The last video got literally 650,000 views, blowing my mind lately. Crazy, right? So here we have all the data being added. That looks pretty good. I want to change one more thing though. So my studio has this portfolio studio at the top. Where we can change that is we go into the Sanity config, and where we have our defined config, we can actually start popping it in here as well. So title can be next gen portfolio, and let's do a subtitle, maybe something like content management system. And now you can already see that's looking pretty nice. We can have a custom icon. So let's go ahead and pop in a custom icon. And we have the vision tool, the structure tool. Even for the structure tool, I'm going to have a title just saying content. A rocket icon we need to import like so, and then hit a refresh. And now we should have things back up. So there you go. Look at that. That was much nicer, right? Pow. And then you can click on manage project to take you to that API screen where you can do the calls and everything else. So this is much nicer, right? We can rename that to be sections, whatever the case. New document, you can go ahead and search here as well and all that stuff. If you were to type in that, for example, John, we can actually see, you'll get a bunch of different searches. It could be like the John, the name, profile, site settings, and so forth. Okay, so good progress. That's the backend side almost set up. We will also have the vision tool, which we haven't set. We will do that after because we need to set up a couple of things. That's actually like a nice finishing touch as opposed to anything else. Now we've got the data on the back end. That's great. So how do we start pulling this into the front end of our Next.js app? All right. So firstly, let's go back to the front end. So let's go to our localhost 3000 and we're back at hello world. Right. So how do I do any kind of call from the front end to the back end so that it works the way that we expect it to? Well, in Sanity, what we have is, remember I said Sanity is live by default. So they actually had a very good bit of documentation, which I need to find it. Getting started, we could look at this, displaying content in the front end. That's an example one. Yep, so firstly, you want to go here to install the dependencies. So let's go Command J, pull it up. Oh, don't do it in there. Don't do that. You want to make sure you're in the right directory. So go up a level, and then we want to pop it in there. And also where I've got PMPM, I'm doing PMPM install. We don't need legacy peer dependencies anymore. Next Sanity and Sanity image URL. Okay. And then, we already had both. Great. Now here's the good part. Okay. So we've got the Sanity client.ts. So what we want to first do is we need to create that ourselves. So I'm just making sure it's nice and neat on our side. We actually got this done for us when we set it up. So Sanity make this actually way easier nowadays. So if you click on Sanity lib, you can see client. So that's actually already there, which is great. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And then if you go into the environment, you can see that it's actually trying to grab the project ID in the data set, right, which we've actually set in environment.local as develop and the project ID. So that's all good. And then you can basically start making your fetch request. Now, this right here is actually just to do a normal fetch where you can just fetch the data once. I want to do something a bit cooler. I want to have it so that you fetch the data, but then a real-time listener attaches, and you can basically go ahead and get the data real-time refreshed if we change it on the CMS and publish those results. So I guess the best way of showing this is let's start building the app as we were going to build it. So if we go into app, page.ts, firstly, you can see we've got the page, which is this is the rest of the website. And then we've also got the studio. This can cause issues because we've got a layout where we're trying to apply everything, including to the studio, because that's technically using this layout. That can be a bit of an issue at times. So what we want to do here is we want to create a folder, and we're going to do these invisible folders, right? Well, I think it's called grouped folders, but we're going to have one called Sanity, and we're going to have another grouped folder called Portfolio. Okay. Oh, sorry, with the curly bracket versus parentheses. All right. Vusa says, Sunny, love your videos. I'm working on our company project, which is Electron app. It is done, but the final step is the environment variables. Nice. It's a very easy and final step. So I hope I hope that goes well, dude. All right. So this page, we can throw that into Portfolio. Okay, because that's going to be the front end. Update the imports, and then the layout, this one, put that in the Portfolio as well. Okay. Now the studio will break Sanity. So firstly, we need to actually pop the studio folder, entire folder, into Sanity. Okay. And we want to update our imports. Yep. So what happened here? Oh, no, what happened there? No, don't do that. Okay, on it. So close all, go to app, go to the studio. I want you to grab the studio folder and put it in there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And oh no, what's happening now? The hell? Okay, some weird glitchy thing happened, but effectively you're going to get to a point where you have Portfolio and Sanity. Yeah, Portfolio, Sanity, Studio, and then you have that test tool, page inside of it. There we go. I can answer questions more in coaching calls, not really here, dude. But here you got the Portfolio, you got the page. Now this ain't gonna work because it doesn't have a layout of its own. So what we need to do is create a layout of its own. So what we do here is we can actually go ahead and we can either copy this layout and start doing it ourselves, or we can just type in layout.tsx, RFCE. This is that nice extension that we used earlier. We can call this the layout, like so. And then this renders out children. So, and this needs to be an HTML. We can use English, yes. The body, render the children, and this is going to be, the actual app itself. So in this case, now this layout is reserved for this Sanity page. And what's good about this is that we don't actually include Clerk into the Sanity portion because Sanity has its own authentication. And then effectively, if you want to go ahead and do other things like, update the metadata, you can go ahead and do that very simply by just doing something like this. You can go ahead and do import the metadata like so. And then you can call this one the Next Gen Portfolio Studio. right? And you can say, oh, Sunny Sanga's studio, whatever you want to do, right? But now, sanity test, we've got an issue here in our portfolio where it can't see the globals. So we need to go up a level. There we go. That works. And we go to /studio and we're going to check if that works. And we should see /studio in a moment. So it's compiling. I like the compiler. That was actually fixing a few issues I was having. So nice. Cool. That's all good. So you want to get that working and then carry on. And then we can start doing the fun part, which is the build. Okay, so portfolio, page. Let's go to our page.tsx. And this is where we're effectively going to render things out. So here, I'm going to just have main. That's going to render out the contents. And then I want to have a min height screen. Now in this build, I'm not going to go too much over the styling elements because you have access to the code. I'll explain the main higher level elements because I find that it's more valuable in teaching as opposed to explaining every single utility class line by line by line. I don't think it benefits you guys the way that I used to think it does. Unless you say otherwise, I'll do it. But here we're going to have the portfolio content. Okay. So this is going to render everything. And what you're going to love about this is how clean things are. Now, before we create this portfolio content, I want to set up Shadcn because it will automatically add the component folder that we need. So head over to Shadcn, ui.shadcn.com. Go to the top, go to get started, or docs, Next.js, and then we need to initialize it. So pop this over here, Command J, and now we're going to run that command. And then afterwards, you can add the components. Now, if you're wondering what is Shadcn, I'll explain it in a moment. But we're using Tailwind v4. So in this case, neutral colors is absolutely fine. We'll update some globals. Yes, our app may die in the process. We have to restart it. But let that do its thing installing. And what Shadcn effectively does is it has all these lovely, useful kind of components. If we do, for example, some of these, like look, keyboard layouts, menu bar, like this is all just nice components that we can go ahead and literally copy and paste into our app with their commands. Okay, so you see this is not a component library, it's how you build your component library, and everything is built with Shadcn, so it's very easy to understand what the hell's going on. Okay, so we're actually going to customize a lot of stuff. So how do we add one of those components? Well, we run the command like so, pnpm dlx Shadcn latest add button, and that will, for example, go into our side. Go to components folder. So you'll create a components folder, UI button. Now, typically the way you want to do it is everything in UI is everything that came through Shadcn. I like to do it so everything outside of the UI folder is kind of my own components. It just keeps things, it keeps that separation a bit more understandable, easy to see what's going on. Okay. Next up, we need to go ahead and so leave that. Let's import. Well, we need to create portfolio content. That's it. So portfolio content here. So you see outside. So portfolio content.tsx RFCE, and then we have it like so. Now by default, everything inside of Next.js 16 is a server component from Next.js 13 onwards, I believe. And then if we want to convert it to a client component, we add the directive use client. Now we don't need to do that because we want to keep it as a server component in this case, right? We're going to make it async because a lot of the children are going to have some suspense boundaries. We don't need the div. Yeah, we're just going to have React fragment, so we don't have any damages to our styling. And then we're going to have each individual section effectively thrown in like so. Okay. So I'm going to individually add in each of these sections until we get it right. So why is this really nice? Because firstly, look how clean that is. If you ever want to, move a section up or down, you can simply do so. This is the way that I like to build things. Very, very clean. So let's start off with the hero section. So step one, we're going to go ahead and go into a components folder, create a new folder called sections. And I'm going to create a new hero section.tsx RFCE for the hero section. And now inside the hero section, we need to do our first call to our Sanity backend. What does that look like? So remember I told you the way that we query the backend is via Grok, the Grok query language, right? So what we can do is we need to firstly define what the query is, we'll use the special define query method, and then I'm going to do some magic to show you what's going on, right? So number one, we need to query. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the query. So you guys can see here, define query. So I'll explain what's going on here. So hero query, and these need to be unique names. There's a reason why when we do type gen afterwards, right? Type gen, if you're wondering, is we're using TypeScript. We want everything to be type safe. We need to set up Sanity's type gen to be able to do that. And I'll show you how that works afterwards. So in this instance, we are defining a query, and this is simply a grok query. So if I was to literally copy that, yeah, and go to our backend. So let's go into our backend. Localhost 3000/studio. And oh, sorry, not this one. I've got a known bug on my machine. I don't even know what it is. Had to be in a different profile. Go to grok and paste in that command. What we will see, I'm basically going for the singleton profile, get the first result, and I'm getting the following values back. And if I hit run, you guys can see, let me just close that for a second. If I hit fetch, you guys can see that, right? So that's cool. That works really well. You can also go ahead and do ... and that will give all the fields if you really wanted to as well. Okay, so completely up to you. If you want your code being super neat, you can even go ahead and do that. It's absolutely your call. If you only need like 3 things, you know, you can go ahead and do that so you can make it more efficient. In today's tutorial, I'm showing you all of them so you can do it just out of explicit nature so you guys can understand what's going on, right? We've got the hero query. Now, how do I actually fetch that query? Like do that, what I just did, on the actual app itself. So this is where Sanity Fetch comes in now. Remember before when we set things up, it created a folder called Sanity lib live.ts. And here we had this wicked Sanity Fetch and Sanity Live. Okay. Now, before we can use this, it's important you read this. We have to add Sanity Live into our layout. Okay. Now I want you to go into layout.tsx. I appreciate you. I'm forgetting everyone's names because the usernames are now popping up. So let's go ahead and do layout.tsx and then here. So what I want you to do is inside this layout, we can pop it anywhere inside the body. So let's do it here, Sanity Live. Okay. Effectively think of that as a listener. Siren, sorry, I'm so sorry, I forgot your name. It's so hard when there's hi at Siren. Why is it not showing the names? That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if we can change that, Jay, to show first names again. Don't do it now because we're live. But in this case, save, so that's good. And then let's go back to our app and oh, this failed. What happened here? Unexpected Turbopack error failed. So let's go ahead and rerun our server, cancel it with Control-C. And then let's refresh. Hopefully we're all good. Okay, portfolio content is not defined. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So, page. Let's pull in the portfolio content and then go to this. And then we've got the hero section. Let's pull that in. And then we've got that. And then we've got the hero section. Nice. Cool. So now we want to do that fetch. Okay. So the way we do it is we have a destructured object. We say, you know, this will give us back an object called data. We're going to rename that to profile. And we're going to do an await. Now, if we do an await, it means our higher level function has to be asynchronous. We can pull Sanity Fetch from our local file. And this might be complaining because you haven't sorted your imports. Now, you could just sort it manually, or I'm going to show you later how we can run the biome command to go ahead and really quickly lint through everything. Whoa, what's up, Luke? Good to see you as well. I appreciate you guys being there, right? So now that we have that, we're going to go ahead and do... Yeah, I wonder if the ad quantity is higher in this one, like, or something, because... it's by YouTube NOS. Oh, okay. That was the naming. But yeah, but even ads, because I feel like I can see lots of ads are playing for some reason, which we don't usually do that too much. But anyway, it's fine. The OGs will stick around. Right, so in this case, we've got the profile. So what this is going to do, guys, is here you can see it's got an any type. Now, firstly, let's just prove that that showed something. So we want a profile, and let's go ahead and do our console, and we can see that, look, it actually has the profile. Let's make that huge for you guys to see. We've got all of the information. So it's definitely doing it. That's great. But the problem is I can't safely access that. Profile dot, how do I know that that's the thing? You know, that's what JavaScript and TypeScript differ greatly on. So our goal is, how can we safely access that? This is where Sanity absolutely crushed it with Sanity TypeGen. So we're going to go ahead and do Sanity TypeGen. And then you'll see this lovely doc over here. And then what we want to do is go down here, and you can see, look, we've got two commands: Sanity Schema Extract, Sanity TypeGen Generate. We have to run those two to extract the schema files and to generate the types for it, right? That's step one. So I don't like to do those commands because I'm lazy. So what I like to do is go to my package.json over on the top level over here, and I create another command. Much nicer. Right, this one's called TypeGen. And this one is going to be Sanity Schema Extract and Sanity Schema Generate. Okay. Now, firstly, we can give that a try. PNPM TypeGen. And then what you should see is it should work, but it's not going to do what we want it to do. So you'll see why in a second. It will do it, and then it will likely freak out. Okay. Generate. Well, firstly, that's Sanity Schema Generate. So that was the wrong command. Sanity TypeGen Generate. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and grab that one. So Sanity TypeGen Generate. There we go. So let's let it do its thing. Quick little water break. Okay. And you see generating types. And it said generated 24 schema types, but 0 grok queries. And you're probably wondering, well, hang on, I have a grok query right here. Why is that not working? So it doesn't know where to scan the app. That's the difference, right? So what we need to do, as you can see, this is what it's going to generally scan through the app, but there is a file that we are missing. And that file is known as sanitytypegen.json. So sanity typegen, so here. And yep. The generate command can be configured by adding a file containing a figuration object with the following shape. And you see, this will define the glob pattern for where the TypeScript files are located, because obviously we might have different folder structures and whatnot. So we're gonna grab this, and we're gonna do a new file outside sanity-typegen.json. And then we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to grab it. No, actually, I'll show you my one. So you want to grab this. Now, what have we done here? For our path, we've done / app, components, and sanity, and all files within. And then schema.json generates the sanity types file. Right now, we have that file, but it'll go ahead and keep getting overwritten. And all we have to do is anytime we change a schema, so for example, any sanity schema, so one of these schema types, or anytime that we add in a new query, we have to manually make sure that we actually do PNPM TypeGen. And if you think about it, this actually happens at build time. So as in like typically we would, before we would push our code, we would run this command, and then we would go ahead, and now you can see one grok query. Okay. And you can see if we checked our diff, that has now added the difference. So the sanity types are going to get added and changed and so forth. Now, the one thing you have to do, which I find, I don't know if this is a bit of a known issue, but in sanity types at the bottom, you'll see that sanity client is not found. So I always find to get rid of that little error, I do PNPM sanity client, or sanity client, and install it. Okay. And then that tends to get rid of that. Okay. So if we go and see, now it's gone. So now, because we ran TypeGen over here and it found the grok query, if you hover over profile, hey, that's better. Nice. So now if I do profile dot, hey, look at that. That is perfect. And where is it getting that from? It's getting it from the profile schema type. So it's doing a type generation based on this. is creating the sanity types for us. As you can see, an example of one is here. Hero query result, first name, last name, headline, and so forth. Okay. Now you could do it this way. You could also go ahead and do something like this. You could do all, and in which case this will now be any, again, because we just changed the query. Okay. So if we were to do that and run it again, oops, no, not that. Type gen, this will now regenerate, just to give you a bit of insight, because I'm going to run fairly quick with these afterwards. Generate types, it will generate the type. Now if we hover over, you can see here query result, and then that's just going to do it in the way that it's at that level. So you'll see it generated another one, but it's going to have a lot more things because we said everything, right? So you can do that yourself, right? So let's go back to this. Let's do the type gen again, and then let that do its thing. And then we should be able to safely access the profile. Cool. So now we're back at the hero section, and we have a lot to build. I'm going to jump to it. So if there is no profile, we're going to return no and hit save. And you can see this is what we're building right here. Now, firstly, we want this nice background ripple effect, the one that you saw me do, right? So, what is it? This one. It's nice little ripple effect at the back. Oh, smooth, right? So what do we do? How do we get that? So we go to Aceternity UI. And you can see they've got a bunch of cool things in their library. You can use these for whatever you want. The one that we're interested in is background ripple effect. This one right here. They have a really nice background ripple effect. See? That's where we get it from. Right? So I'm going to run this command to install this. So Command J. And then that will go ahead and install it. Smash that like button, guys. Exactly. Right. And then let's head back over here. And then you see you can add this into your global file, right? So theme inline. So you can do it this way, or I'll show you another way you can also do it. Close the CSS, theme inline, animate cell and keyframes. So if you go down to the bottom, where is it? Let's just chuck it in there. No, we can't do that. Theme inline, animate cell ripple. It's actually double dash. Yep. There you go. So you can just pop it in there. But what I like to do here, and I'm going to show you the truth of it, is you see where we have here, copy prompt, VO, lovable boat. You can grab any. I'm going to grab the VO one. And then what you can do is come into your app, and I'm using cursor, Command I to open up the agent. And then what you can do is you can literally paste it in. And I'm going to say, for example, just afterwards, I put a dash dash and I say, I want this at the top of the at hero section. Okay. And then you can use whatever mod you want. I pay for it. I don't mind paying for it. Do whatever suits you, right? I do pay $20 a month for Claude, but this is the next gen developer style, right? So again, like I'm telling you, if you're wondering, you don't write code yourself, guys, you're going to get overtaken if you don't leverage AI. Doesn't mean you trust everything. I reject most of what AI does. But in this instance, yeah, for example, let's just see how it does it now. And you can see that it's going to verify the project setup. It's reading our packages, making sure we've got everything installed. It's going to go ahead and check on things. And you can see like TypeScript, Tailwind, Shadcn. And you can see that. So we've got everything up, set up already. Sindre says this is not live. This is definitely live, my dude, right? Priyan goes, Sonny, your project is just next level. I appreciate you, dude. Right? And now you can see one thing I don't like about the VL prompts is it actually adds this demo one. So you can see here like demo. I don't need that, so get rid of the demo. But you can see here it created the background ripple effect over here. So in this case, you see like we've got these rows, columns, cell size, and so forth. And then what it's done is it's gone into my hero section and it's added the background ripple effect. Now, again, don't just blindly trust what it did, right? What I would do is I'll do a full code review of it. So typically I will commit. The way I work is I would have committed everything before, and then I'll do something here, and then I'll see the different changes in the diff viewer here. And if I'm happy, I'll commit. If not, then I'll kind of come back and forth. Or if you don't want to do that, you can simply go ahead and see the differences that it done here. So for example, hero section, it added this, and you give a little code review of this. You can either prompt it back to change things, or you can go ahead and reject or approve. Right. So in this case, we can either undo or keep all. I'm going to keep all. I am going to change the styling a bit. So this styling, I believe it's different to mine. I'm not sure. Yeah, slightly different to mine. And also this is going to be anchored. So we're going to have clickable elements later on. So we need the ID to be a clickable anchor tag, right? Now the background ripple effect is fine. I don't really want all this, whatever that is. Get rid of that. So let's just see, is it there? Ah, look at that, guys. It's there. Boom, you can see it. Very, very subtle, look. Right, there you go. Let's zoom out and we can see it. Now, if you want to customize it, you guys can see you got rows, cell size. If we did cell size, for example, 100 or 100, you see the cells are much bigger now. So there's much bigger cells. If I did, for example, there were just 10, now you can see they're a tiny little cell, right? But you can obviously increase the number of rows and so forth. So I'm going to leave it on the default, give that nice little effect, that kind of subtle background. And they're by default also good with dark mode, okay? So we got the background ripple effect. Now, the next step is really, I've just got lots of presentational logic, right? Now, what do I mean by that? Well, effectively, we have a profile component, right? Here, we have the profile element, which is type safe. And then we basically have bits of the page be rendered out. Now, a couple of things. So as we progress through these parts, I want you to pay attention to, you have access to the code, number one. All right, Sindri goes, this cuts in the stream is so freaking nice. Holy, I appreciate you, dude. So what I want you to do is as I go through these sections, you can either have the code next to you while you watch this, and then basically be playing with it as you see me do what I'm doing, because then that way you can interact with it, see for yourself, as opposed to me doing line by line coding, which is just not going to be the most effective way for you to learn, right? So this is going to be the background ripple effect. And then I'm going to explain the chunks, right? So effectively, this is going to be this big chunk, but I'm going to dive through the whole thing, okay? You can get the free source code. Jay's put in the chat. It's also in the description. You put your name and your email and we will send it to you. It's easy, okay? So this is quite a big chunk, but we're going to work our way through it. Don't worry, okay? So we've got a surrounding div, okay? And then, so firstly, and by the way, what I want you to imagine, right, when you're doing this kind of stuff is, what I want you to imagine is like, for example, one moment, guys. Why did that turn off? Oh, Jay, I need to make sure the pen don't turn off by itself. But we have everything in sort of, flexbox rules. So in this case, if I was to go to the side, flex column, otherwise, this view, right? What was this? Okay. Yeah. So in this instance, right? So I have my pen, there you go. And now, for example, you can see here, right? So this would be two containers. Right, so you got the one container, you got the second container, and so forth. And then we've got a few different things here. This right here is going to be one of those Aceternity components, right? This is going to have a hover state with this nice little, online. And then we've got literally these are getting pulled from our profile, right? Everything is actually getting pulled from the profile. But the point is that this is the parent view. So this is a flexbox, which is by default a flexbox defaults to the children. So these children, this and this, basically will go ahead and be by default in a row. Okay. What we want to do is when it goes into a smaller view, it stacks into a column, because obviously in a phone screen, it doesn't make sense to be side by side. It's better to go ahead and do it that way, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit, right? So with that in mind, now you guys can see I've got the container. So we've got the containers and stuff. So let's firstly get rid of the things which will break. Layout text flip. So for now, I'm just going to comment that out and just put let's just put a p tag, hello. And a link is fine. Go down here, let's go to profile image and this one as well. For the image, I'm just going to comment this part out for now, okay? And then we're going to see it. There we go. So we've got John Doe and we've got the background, right? So firstly, we have that, right? What I want to do is I want to have that much better layout flip, the one that you saw here. How do we get that? Well, fairly simple. I want to go ahead and install it. So Wait a minute, did that just do what I think it did? No. 1 minute, sorry, my computer's being weird. No way, did it? No, it didn't. Yeah, I was gonna say, okay. Anyway, sorry, I went on a complete weird tangent. Okay, so Aceternity, yeah. And what I want you to do is we need to get access to the. Oh, I like these tracks. These are pretty sick. These are my old ones, yeah. Yeah, layout text flip, right? So this. Now, again, I could either do it by running the command. That's pretty easy, actually. Let's just do that. Or you could use, obviously, VO. So I'm just going to copy that in. And that will actually add in a command, install dependencies, add it in. There you go. And layout text flip. And then what we can do is we can pull that away. Pull that back. And then this we import from layout text flip. And you see class name isn't getting pulled through, right? So in layout text flip, I've done a few changes on R1. Okay. But in R1, what I've done is I've gone ahead and added an additional class name, and then I've actually changed it. Where have I done it? Class name string. What's this freaking out about? Oh yeah, so Biome is quite aggressive with a couple of the fixes, right? So we can go ahead and address that in a minute. But the one that I want to add on to here is here. So where we have the top span. So this, right? I want to span and I want to add in my own custom class. Yeah. Now, what is this doing? Well, it's effectively saying, add in this class name. CN is a utility class that, Shadcn install for us. Basically, is saying, apply these, then apply a class name if I pull one through. Okay. Now, this isn't actually going to freak out too much, but let's see. The dependency being used the best way. So you need to update the dependency array, duration and was length. Yeah. And again, here you can do that. But now you're probably wondering, Sonny, that was a bit, that was a bit long. What if I have like loads of stuff in my code base? I need to change it all. So I'll show you how we can use Biome. Well, there's a few things really. Well, in package.json, they actually added a format. So Biome format right. Okay. Well, format's easy, but we want to do a check. So if you go to biome.js.dev, you'll see if you click get started, we've already added it to our project. We've installed a bunch of stuff. You can do this stuff yourself if you want, yeah. But this one, biome check, format, lint, and organize. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and do npx biome check right now. This will go ahead and scan our code base, and it's really fast because it's written in Rust. You see it found 4 errors and 3 warnings, including that dependency array, right? So a couple of things here right now. Obviously, you can go through each one. You can use maybe AI or run through it yourself. But if I want to do an auto fix here, I can go ahead and do unsafe. So I can do, for example, I've got the command. I think it's unsafe. Yep. I can write unsafe. Okay. So you can see here that if you wish to apply the suggested unsafe fixes, use the command biome check write unsafe fix. And you can see that it already fixed 14 files for us, right? If I want to fix the unsafe ones, then I can go ahead and do that. And then it's only got 2 left. It's not happy with, right? So we can go in and change those afterwards. But even now, you guys can see, look, even when it went and done that, it rearranged it all. So it's very quick, right? We also have the layout text flip now. So, look at that. Opt in, very nice. Yeah. I build AI solutions. That's much nicer. Cool. All right. So already looking pretty good. Now we need the image down here, profile image. So we need to create this profile image component. URL4 is a helper function, from Sanity lib. They create this basically to take a image source and turn it into a Sanity image URL that will render in our next app, right? But let's create the profile image firstly before we get into all that. So in the components folder, profile image.tsx, right? Now this one, the signature looks something like this. So we haven't got the sidebar yet, which I need to introduce afterwards, but we're gonna have a few pieces of state. and we're also going to have access to the user's signed in state. Okay. The Marine from Texas. Yo, what's up, the Marine from Texas? I remember you saying you were going to join Zero to Full Stack Hero. We're waiting for you to join. Me and Jay were talking about it at papareact.com. But yeah, glad to have you here. That's awesome, right? So let's go ahead and pop in this. So I've got a few things for the profile image, and the profile image has a few bits of functionality because remember, because this profile image is not just a profile image. It's got this ability to, if I'm not logged in, it'll show us a sign up. And it's got all of this stuff happening here, right? So use sidebar, again, we are gonna go ahead and implement afterwards. The sidebar is a bit of a interesting one that we got to build, okay? Do return, and then what JSX are we gonna return, or TSX we're gonna return. So let's pop the entire blob in and then we'll run through it. So firstly, we have sidebar stuff. So yeah, I do need the sidebar working. In this case, right, we have a button here. So firstly, this will actually fail as well. So, okay, a couple of things are going to happen right now. Number one is we're going to have the sidebar fail. So firstly, let's import this, right? We're passing in the image URL, first name and last name. We take that, we've got those props come through. And then this is effectively the styling for this button, okay? So you've got the image, which is the next image. Then we got the badge saying you're online because you're always going to be online effectively, right? Marine, I was waiting because you mentioned you're going to drop in something new. Oh, okay. So yeah, worth mentioning. If anyone's wondering, because I think I've had that question actually a couple of times, anyone who joins Zero to Full Stack Hero is going to get effectively whatever I offer next, which is coming out very soon. Me and Jay are working overtime to deliver on that. You effectively get 50% off lifetime for that, which is a one-time thing. Just to say a thank you to our Zero to Full Stack Hero members. So it's up to you. You can you can go ahead and get all of Zero to Full Stack Heroes benefits and 50% off the new thing for life, because the new one is a monthly setup where we have monthly coaching and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, feel free. But the Diamond community is popping off. We had a few members join in this week as well. It's been absolutely awesome, right? So in this case, we have the hover overlay, but this sidebar. That's the interesting one, right? So where is this coming from? Well, we actually need to implement the sidebar. Now the sidebar inside of this app is actually, if we log in quickly, I can give a demo again. The sidebar is referring to the chat itself. So let that do its thing, 1 minute. So what I want you to do is go into here and click on chat with my AI twin. And then here, this is actually a sidebar, okay? And why am I using a sidebar? Because there's lots of benefits here, right? You see, if I'm on this view and I click the sidebar, sidebar becomes a full screen overlay, right? And that whole behavior, you know, of it just being perfectly right and it slides everything over, all of that, right? So what I want you to do is we're gonna go to Shadcn. And then I want you to go to components. Now there's two ways you can do this. You can either do the raw sidebar over here, and you can see you got lots of different options. And we've even got use sidebar, but actually, you know what? Let's do components, no blocks, yeah. Sidebar, and you've got loads of different preset examples here, right? We're gonna use the one on the right. So this one, a sidebar on the right. If you scroll down, right? Okay, that's a very weird thing to say. And then here you see we've got this as a sidebar. So this is essentially the behavior that we were after. So I want to copy that command. Okay, go back over to our code, Command J, and paste it in. And this will add the sidebar template. Now this is going to add a bunch of stuff that we may not want. So we're going to need to clean a few things up, but it will give us a starting point. Okay. File button already exists, but no, we don't need to overwrite it. Okay. Now we've got the component and a bunch of other stuff. So now we can do at component sidebar. There you go. And then you can see now originally everything's gone because we have this sidebar, right? And you're probably wondering, whoa, what the hell is all this, right? And also compiler, I believe, gets rid of the need for this. So I'm not going to get into that right now. Even memo, yeah. But anyway, we can come into it. But this is all automatically added. That's the point. Okay. So what I want you to do is go into your layout. Okay. And I want you to effectively, we need to wrap things with the sidebar. Now, what we're effectively doing here. So where we have the children, I need to render out firstly the sidebar provider. Okay. That's the first thing. Then what we have, and that gives the state of the sidebar. Then we have something called the sidebar inset. The sidebar inset. Okay, and I've screwed something up, so it should be like that. And then what we have is the sidebar toggle, right, or the app sidebar, effectively. Well, first, that's the first thing. So imagine that this is effectively the sidebar. This is effectively the entire contents of the page, and that's the sidebar. And what happens is when we open the sidebar, the entire contents of the page shifts left. So I can show you that. So look, when we're here, the entire content push over. So this is the inset. So right here. So this right here is the inset, and this is the sidebar. And the reason why we do that is because when I click on this button over here, oops, not that one. When I click on, what am I doing? What's happened? Yeah, when I click over here, you can see, yeah, there you go. When I click this, you see how everything shifted to the side and then it comes back. That's because of that behavior. So sidebar inset, okay? Now, we're also gonna have a few things, you know, we're gonna have a sidebar toggle, and we're gonna have the floating dock, which we're gonna have to create in a moment after, okay? I'm also going to have the mode toggle, which I'm going to pop in afterwards. This is more for the theming. Okay, so I'm going to pop that in afterwards, and we're going to come back to do that. All right, so this is like to-dos for us. Cool. Now, let's go back over to, what is that? Well, I don't know what that is. Don't say that. Cool. Now the profile image. Just go back to the profile image. Well, firstly, it tried to render it, and it found that the host name is CDN Sanity. So whenever you use the next image, it's trying to optimize that image. Because it's trying to optimize it, we need to basically say, do I trust this place where the image is coming from? And if so, how do I handle it, right? So we do images, and then what we do is remote patterns, and then you add in individuals. So in this case, HTTPS and the host name CDN Sanity. Now, sometimes it can crash just like so. So in this case, we can fix that afterwards. Don't worry about that. There we go. So yeah, so you see that? How we have closed chat. Well, right now you see the sidebar is there, and it's permanently open unless we click that bit. So firstly, that's a good sign. That means it's working. Okay, but we have all this stuff which we don't need. We'll handle that later. And then we have this chat with AI Twin, which is blocked by the Google sign-in. So firstly, let's log in. That's great. Clerk is working, right? Awesome stuff. Let's go ahead and log in. And then let that do its thing. Right. And then when I click it, you see how that's also toggling the sidebar, right? Because we had that in our profile picture code. So profile image code, remember where we had toggle sidebar? So when we set up that sidebar provider, it gave us access to the hooks underneath that point in the tree. So in this case, we have toggle sidebar. And when we click on this, which is effectively a button, you can see it opens the sign in. And even when we click the outside area, it handles automatically the toggling of if it's not. And if I wasn't signed in, you see how it toggled open sign in from Clerk, which was that pop-up. So that's effectively how we're doing that flow, right? And that's setting us up really nicely for AgentKit later on, okay? So because of that, now what we can do is we can move on to, well, we can address the sidebar afterwards, actually. Let's add maybe another area, and then we can get back to it with the AI chat, okay? So I want to do, I guess next, the testimonial. No, let's do the about section. All right, so I'm gonna do one more about a section, and then we're gonna effectively jump into the AI portion. So portfolio content, about section. Let's do that. So I need to create this component. So we go into our sections, new section, about section TSX. And then, well, I'm going to actually pop this entire thing is because it's a similar layout to what we've done. We've got the grok query at the top, about query here. Yeah. we have one of my business partners in the house. What's up? We got more here. The best real estate B2B SaaS out there. You guys can see for yourself. We've got the grok query here, so define query, and then we've got portable text React. So let's go ahead and install this command firstly. So I'm going to do pm portable text React. Let that happen. And again, remember, we added in the new query here, right? So what do we need to do? We need to do a type gen. So we go down here, pm type gen, all right? Because right now it says any. After the type gen completes, it will then go ahead and say the correct type. Or I didn't. You need to save the file. Don't do what I just did. All right. So save the file, and then afterwards, when we go down here, this will no longer. Yep, you see about query result. And now we can safely access things. Firstly, we need to anchor it. So we've got an ID to anchor to. So when we click a link, we can go there. Then we've got the styling elements. We've got the about me, get to know me better, and a bunch of other stuff. So I want to firstly go to here and make sure that that comes through. And then you can see if we scroll down, you've got the about me section. Now, portable text effectively helps us render out Markdown. Okay. Now they show us in Sanity's documentation that portable text is basically, all right. It's basically the best way or the preferred way to handle block text. And then what we can do is we can customize what each component looks like. So in this case, this is effectively what's being rendered out. We've got the normal, we've got the H2, H3, block quote, and then we've also got the marks as well. I appreciate that. More says, only because Sunny is beautiful inside now and I can't cope. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Smash the like button. All right, let's go back. So we got the like bullet number, and then we got stats from the CMS, right? So this will just be effectively the grid that you're seeing. So again, one thing I haven't mentioned, by the way, guys, is that we're doing something pretty awesome in this build. We actually have container queries. Now, typically when we're using breakpoints, you have like small, medium, large, and so forth. Everything by default, all of the Tailwind CSS utility classes are by default mobile first. And then when I write MD, border T0, for example, it will apply this. And then when it hits the medium size screen, it will apply that. And then that's typically how it stacks up. Now, the problem with that, nowadays layouts get very complex and viewports aren't always the single source of truth for how something should be laid out. So what they did is they updated things, so which we're happy to hear, but they updated it. So now we have container queries, which is a very modern way of styling things. What we essentially do is we make the parent a container, and then we are specific to that container. So what we're saying here is when I hit a large width inside of that container, then I should apply that and so forth, right? So effectively, it's kind of can be a bit confusing, but you effectively have your viewport sizing and then you have container query sizing, right? And container query sizing is much better if you want to get granular. And it allows me to be a lot more confident that when I shrink this page, every single container is handling it just like it should be. Whereas if I just did the viewport, sometimes it can be a bit more unpredictable. And we might get instances where, because I shifted the entire layout, now that container doesn't know how to act with that much space, right? Or it's a bit more tricky. And you can even have named containers as well. And it gets pretty in-depth. But Tailwind CSS do a great job of explaining this in case you're interested. Heading back up over here. So that's the about section, effectively. Very simple, the about section, right? So we've got all of the rest of the sections, but before we do that, I really kind of want to jump straight into the chat portion of it. So we can actually do the chat first, because that's a really fun part, right? So in this case, let's have our toggle. So you know that little sidebar toggle that we have, this one? I want that firstly, okay? I want this to be working in the perfect way. So what we're going to do is I want to have that sidebar toggle. So in layout, we have the floating dock and the sidebar toggle. So firstly, floating dock we're going to do afterwards, sidebar toggle. Okay. So we need to create this component. So let's do components, sidebar toggle.tsx, RFCE. Now, inside of here, what we're going to do is this is a client component. Okay, there's a client component. We have some imports. We are using the use sidebar hook, and we're getting toggle sidebar open is mobile and open mobile. We also have the signed in state. Now, if the sidebar is open, we're using this to help us out a bit, because sometimes is mobile has a different, so you have two states. You have open and open mobile. One is basically for if we're on a smaller screen, it goes full screen overlay. So we have to determine it. Are we on either of those, for example? So this is what we're doing here. So if is mobile is true, then we check for the open mobile. Otherwise, we check for desktop. So basically this is saying, this is actually saying, are we checking for mobile, or are we checking for are we checking for desktop? But anyway, if it's not open, we return nothing, right? So for example, if it is open, we return nothing. So what does that mean? Or when I go ahead and click this, the sidebar will be open, so don't show this anymore. So you see, so it's a little bit, why is it freezing? So if you click it, there you go. It hides the thing, because then we can close it from there. Okay. So then we have some styling with dark mode, light mode, and we have the animated ring design, which is just that nice little glow effect that you got right there. Okay. We have a tooltip where we hover over it, chat with my AI twin, and then we have the is signed in. And that's one thing I forgot to mention, guys, by the way, is that this build has a really nice, obviously where we have the AI chat functionality, it's your AI twin. That's really awesome. Okay. To be able to have that inside of a build. Also, we just destroyed over 200 likes. Nice. Good stuff, guys. Destroy that like button. Let's get up to 1,000. Right. So we got the sign in button here, where if we wrap anything, it will basically effectively serve as a sign in button. And we set the mode to modal. So it pops up with that nice middle overlay. Look, now let's test it out. Sidebar toggle is not defined. So let's go back over here. Let's import it like so. Let's go ahead and hit a refresh. And now I've got my nice sidebar. And look at that. When I click it, it opens up and I can go ahead and close. Cool. So that's working perfectly. It's just a case of we need the ability to customize this and also fix, like, get rid of all that stuff. Cool. So how do we do that? Well, first, let's open that so we can see what's in the sidebar. Go to sidebar. And you can see here we have a few things. We have the sidebar width, which we need to change. So sidebar, a lot of really cool tech using this build. 100% dude, really, really cool stuff in this build. Sidebar width, we're going to change to 25 rem. Okay. Sidebar width mobile, we're going to change to 100%. Okay. So what we should see now is if I'm on a mobile, 100%. Okay. So we take over the full overlay. And then if I go here, you can see that I want that to be the size of the chat. Much nicer. Boom. Really nice. Cool. I think I messed up the styling here. I don't know. Oh no, I didn't. It's just a different, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Yes. Nice. Oh, and there is sidebar keyboard. Okay. So there is a keyboard shortcut way. Okay. So we can also account for that if you really wanted to. Okay, so next up, what we're going to do is, we don't actually need use memo with the React compiler, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Okay, so we open the sidebar, and then the actual sidebar is the thing that we need to change now. So app sidebar is the one, right? So app sidebar, and again, these were all automatically added for us. Now, what do we want here effectively? Well, we don't want any of this right now. We don't want any of the sample data, which is all the little things that you're seeing right now. Get rid of it. Boom. Get rid of that. And even here, we can keep, we can keep that top one. Actually, that's not so bad. Yeah. And then we want to have sidebar content. And then we just want to get rid of the rest of it. So, and then in here, we're going to have a suspense boundary for while it loads. We're just going to say loading just to keep things easy. And then we're going to have chat wrapper. This is going to be our AI chat wrapper. Okay. Import that from React. And then we need to obviously create this chat wrapper. What is the chat wrapper? It's effectively the chat. So this is going to be the wrapper for this chat. Okay. And now we're implementing OpenAI's AgentKit. This is really, really the fun part. Okay. So chat wrapper. we're going to go into our components. And you know what? Just to make it very neat, I'm going to have a chat folder. And then here, chat wrapper.tsx, RFCE. That is the chat wrapper. Now I'll go over here, import the chat wrapper, and then we proceed. So inside of chat wrapper, it's going to look like something like this. So we're going to have a chat component, which we need to create. This is going to be the query, chat profile query. We're going to get a bunch of fields from chat profile query. We just do a simple sanity fetch. This is basically just going to get the profile information now. You could pass this as context if you wanted to AgentKit or ChatKit. But in this case, we're just going to do the following, right? So we're going to pass the profile through so that way you can say, hi, Sunny. Right here, hi, I'm Sunny, right? And so forth. So, and then we've got the sidebar toggle, which is going to be, I don't know if we actually use that, to be fair. Anyway, we'll see. Okay. I just want to check one thing actually. So let me run it. So do this. Yeah. Okay. We got rid of the sidebar toggle thing. Okay. So we don't actually need that, I don't believe, anymore. Okay. We just need this bit. Now this bit, we're going to need to create our chat component. So over in our chat folder, chat.tsx, RFCE, chat. Right. So in here, we take the chat as an argument. So boom. And the type definition for this chat is not going to be any. Right. It's going to be the profile type. However, when we did the chat over here, we forgot to run, you guessed it, type gen. Right. So we save our file, we run type gen, and then this will go from any in a moment to should be profile query. Once it does it, there you go, chat profile query result. Take that. We're going to say this is going to be that type. Import it or no. Okay. Now we can be sure that it's going to be that type. And then we build out the chat. So in this case, if I just want to hire that, obviously you see, like, I just see chat right now. This is effectively where that chat is going to live. Okay. Now this is where ChatKit comes into play. Now, this is truly quite cool from OpenAI. Fair play to Sam Altman and them lot, right? They did pretty damn cool here. So I saw this on their stream and I wanted to implement it straight away. So of course, I'm talking about AgentKit by OpenAI. All right. So this was launched on the 6th of October officially. This is very new. Okay. Literally like 19 days. Yeah. It's been out. And we've already got full build with it. So you can see this is effectively what we've done, right? Got classification agents and so forth. So let's go ahead and do that. So right now, how do we get started? So we go into Agent Builder, just click on one of these links, platform.openai.com. Come down here and you can see that build an agent workflow, Agent Builder, open Agent Builder. And then you see inside of your sidebar, you can see Agent Builder here. I have one of mine already. We're going to create a new workflow. And then this is where we're going to get reach, right? Now, this is very cool. Now, of course, if you're using a GPT, then it's going to be paid, right? Just there's no really way around that. Someone says in the repo we get the free source codes. Oh, I appreciate that, Code with Sarah. Thank you for helping out, right? So here I have got my API key, you know, in my billing setup. But in this case, let's go ahead and just test this out. So right now we have a simple workflow. Start with the agent. If we go ahead and click on preview and type in hello, we should simply get an answer back. So the hello would send a message to the agent and the agent will be able to reply. And then you see, I'm noticing it's got a reasoning model in play and it says, hello, how can I help you? Right? Close preview, click on this. We can see the model, we can see the reasoning effort and a bunch of other things that we can configure. And this is something which, you know, I'm just going to change the playlist to be a bit more chill. Jay's music. There we go. Okay. Just because it's more of a explanatory part. Okay. So a couple of things I want you to focus on here is, Jay, I need to make sure the pen doesn't turn off. That's quite annoying actually. Yeah. So what we want to do here is sort of customize this out a bit more. So obviously right now we have these different options over here where you can go show the in progress message chat. That's the important one that, you know, where it says all of the thought process and all of that stuff. And of course the system prompt. So I want to design this to be effectively what we're going to get to as the end result, right? So our end result is actually this one here. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this open on the side, and then we can have two open. So the one on my right is my, you know, obviously is my production one. So, and I've even added notes in to explain what's going on. So of course over here, there we go. Right, so we're going to have the first one, which is a topic filter agent. So let's set this up. Topic filter agent. Okay. This one's topic filter agent. And we need to give it a system prompt. Okay. Now the system prompt I've given you inside of the code, right? So what I've done is I've actually given you all a lovely bit of help over in the GitHub repo. So if you go to the GitHub repo, you'll get a prompts folder in the code, right? You can grab that folder, or you can just simply clone the code. And inside there, what I want you to do is go ahead and just press on prompts. And then in here, you've got all the different ones, right? So topic filter prompt is the one I'm looking for. And you can feel free to pause the video, read this out, right? But basically it's given a bunch of examples of, if you get this, should you respond true and so forth. If it's trying to, you know, if you're trying to ask it anything, tell me a joke or anything which isn't related to the portfolio, then we want to say, nah, you're not allowed through this, right? So let's copy that, go back over to our topic filter agent, and let's paste it in, okay? And that's its system prompt. That's its instructions. Okay. Now, this is actually, what's up, Code with AJ? Good to see you. Doing really awesome over this side, right? So we've got the model here. I want to do GPT-5 Nano, which is the fastest, most efficient. And the good thing about this is the simpler steps, like the beginning journey, or this kind of beginning steps, these don't need to be the crazy models, right? It can answer a simple question. Is that related to it or not? Right. Very, very simple. Reasoning effort could even be minimal here, right? Doesn't need a tool or anything. Now, what I want to do here is I want the output to be a JSON type, and add a schema. And this one, I'm going to add a property called is appropriate. So is it appropriate to proceed or not? Is appropriate, right? And then type Boolean, and then we give it basically an example of what it is. So in this case, the description, should this question be allowed to pass to the AI chat? We've obviously trained it based on its instructions. Okay. So now we have that. And then what we can do is I've said to this topic filter agent, you should only be answering questions such as like, tell me about your experience. What have you built? What tech have you used? And so forth. Okay. That's cool that Sunny is already using AgentKit. Hell yeah, dude. 100%. Right. And then we have if else. So in this case, bam, we have if else. So let's drag the output of this agent over here. And here we can say if, or, you know, condition or whatever. I can say is appropriate is equal to true. Okay. And then if it's equal to true, that's the top condition. Else is going to be the false condition. Now, the false condition is going to be the, you know, we just need a moderator agent to say, yeah, this is, you're not allowed to do that, right? So we need some kind of response. So we're going to call this one the topic moderator agent. Okay. And what I'm going to do is go into my prompts, grab the prompt, which I've already prepared in advance for you guys. And you can go ahead and pop that in. And you see you're solemnly responsible for telling the user that the question they asked is not appropriate for the AI chat. Because all they're effectively getting is the chat history. They basically understand that it's not appropriate. And then they can basically respond to the user. We're going to say that's reasoning effort is minimal. And you can even make it more verbose as well. So if you want longer things, and if you're not sure what it means, just hover over it and it'll tell you, right? So with that in mind, now we've got the false condition. And then we've got what happens if it was a valid question. Okay, so Sunny, what's your work experience? Or what is your work experience? Bam, that's correct. Then what we want to do is implement guardrails. So guardrails can be many things, okay? But an example of a guardrail in this case is if we click into this, personal identifiable information. If the AI, for whatever reason, had some personal information, I want to protect against that. All right, detects and redacts personal information. that can protect you from a lot of things. Okay. So in this case, let's just say, for example, I selected everything except for I'm allowed to give the person name, the email address, the phone number, because they're all public on my account. I don't want to give location, IP address, credit card number, or any of this stuff. So I'm going to check against that. Moderation, you know, we can say everything. So sexual stuff, hate, harassment, threatening, minors, whatever it may be, self-harm, all this kind of stuff. We don't want to have this in our chatbot. So we're going to put a protection statement. You could even argue that you could put that before if you really wanted to. But again, this is an agentic workflow. You can build it out as you want. Jailbreak, effectively, you may have heard of this term. It effectively means like if you try to cheat GPT into escaping its shields. Okay. We're in that one. Yep. And then we have hallucination as well. So you could go ahead and give in a vector store to say, this is actually quite handy, by the way, guys. What you can do here is you can actually upload documents for your, let's say, for example, the company documents, where you can say, this is what our company does. This is what everything is about. And then it will use that as a source of truth. So that way, if it hallucinated and said, Sunny's last YouTube video was 6 billion hours long, then you'll be like, it will check the vector store and it'll be like, actually it wasn't, it was 4 hours. And it can basically do things along those lines. Okay. Continue on error. If it had an error, do we check it or not? Now here, what we can see is we have the guardrails. The input as text is the input. So we want to get the input from this, which is the input as text. Now, after that, we have two agents. We have the success agent and we have the failure agent, right? So what happens if you failed and what happens if you went through? So the first one is the AI twin agent. So this is the really kind of cool one, the AI twin with Sanity's MCP. Okay. Firstly, let's connect them up. So that's going to be the success. That's going to be the fail route. Okay. And then of course we have end, and then I can kind of get past all this. Okay. So now what I can do is I can make it a bit more big so we can see it all. Okay. So firstly, every single one of these will terminate afterwards. You don't even need to have the terminate, but I believe it's just cleaner in a flow to have that. So they terminate afterwards. Now, and you can also terminate with a specific output if you really wanted to, right? So you can say from that, respond with text or respond with some reason. In fact, I could have actually done that here even. So I could have even had, you know, end output, and then I would have had something, could do that. But anyway, so the AI twin with Sanity MCP, and then this one is the guardrail agent, So let's start with this one, right? Let's go back to our code. We've got the AI twin with Sanity MCP. Now this is a much bigger prompt, right? Now this one is really important because you are the digital twin of the portfolio owner. You represent them authentically and speak in first person as if you are them. And then you see you're embedded in the next portfolio built with blah, blah, blah. And then I've also given it the Sanity dataset and the project ID. This is really important. Okay. Now you can do this a couple of ways. You can set context beforehand. I'm showing you kind of a lazy way, but in this case, if I was to go here, our Sanity dataset is develop and our Sanity project ID is that one. And I want to stick with those two. Now, of course, you can make it production. You can change that, but this is where it will be able to use the MCP tools to be able to go ahead and get what it needs to get. Now, available MCP tools. You have access to the following Sanity's MCP tools, read only. You see query documents, get schema, get context, list workspace schema, semantic search, and a bunch of others. Now, what is an MCP? Okay. So effectively what an MCP was back in, okay, so let me explain it with a drawing, I think, because I think that's the way that's going to make a lot more sense. So let's say, for example, we've got a blank screen. So what is an MCP, guys? So MCPs are effectively, so let me just draw it out. So an MCP, right? So typically before the world of MCPs, right? You would have effectively LLMs. So let's just say over here, LLMs. These could be, for example, you know, the chat GPTs. This could be, for example, Gemini or Claude, whatever the case, right? So this is effectively the LLMs on this side. And then over here, you effectively have other companies and their APIs, right? So we all know what APIs are. It could be, for example, Stripe, right? So it could be Stripe's API. It could be, for example, Clerk. It could be Sanity, right? And these are API endpoints. They could be get endpoints, GraphQL endpoints, whatever it may be, right? Before, you would have to create tools, right? So you would have to create a custom tool for your AI agent. So in this case, before, you would have something called an AI agent. So you would have like an AI agent, okay, something like this. And that would consist of three things. It would consist of 1, tools, 2, a model, model. So in this case, the model would be one of these, like one of these two, right? And then number 3, some kind of memory, okay? Now, when the problem is that, you know, there's so many tools or things we would want it to do, right? I might want my agent to basically send a Stripe message or send a Slack message, right? So even like Slack has its own kind of, you know, APIs. So I might want my agent to send a Slack. So I now need to create a specific tool for that. Then I have to create a specific tool for Clerk. I have to create a specific tool for Slack. And basically what they were understanding is this is going to be a big problem at some point or another. We need to create some kind of standardized solution to fix this issue, okay? So effectively what an MCP is, right? So I'm going to go ahead and cut this out. So what an MCP is an MCP came in and effectively it's like the middle layer, okay? So how do I grab my stuff? Well, yep, so I'm going to grab, yep. Let's pop these over there and let's pop this over there. So imagine we've got LLMs and we've got APIs. What they decided was, we need some kind of standardized thing. So introducing MCP. MCP became the Model Context Protocol, which is effectively a universal adapter. So any LLM can communicate with API. So LLMs can basically communicate with APIs. So an LLM can connect to an MCP and it can have access to these APIs. Now, who creates the MCPs? Well, firstly, you can create your own MCP, right? So you can be on this side and say, for example, I've got my own app called, I don't know, Dogs Are Us or something like that. We could just say like, let's just call it the, I don't know, the Papa Farm app, right? Let's just call it the Papa Farm app. Say I had my APIs behind this Papa Farm app. I can create an MCP server, and then basically then any LLM can connect to that MCP server and access all of my API stuff, right? So effectively, who is responsible for, you know, the MCPs? So every one of these, you know, companies, for example, Stripe has an MCP server, Slack has an MCP server, Sanity has an MCP server, Clerk, I believe, are working on one, right? So Sanity's MCP server basically gives it access to things. So for example, let's just talk about Sanity's MCP server. So what Sanity have done is created an MCP server, which allows, for example, lots of different tools to exist. For example, something like get schema, right? And this will basically list out, you know, like tables or the schemas available. And basically whoever wants to use that can use it. So that's very handy. So what we're doing is effectively, this will expose like, let's just say 40 different tools. And then the LLM immediately understands how to use those 40 different tools. And then the only thing you have to go ahead and handle is stuff like the authentication, right? So the authentication. So I'm going to show you how we can effectively handle that, and then how we can implement an MCP inside of a flow like AgentKit. So hopefully, let me know, by the way, if the drawings help, because I'm going to try my best to kind of do a bit more visual stuff. But you see, these are the tools that we're effectively going to be using. So, and then we implement something like a tool use strategy, and basically just lots of things, including examples and how it could potentially use it. And this gets pretty big, and I'm saying never do this, blah, blah, blah. I'm basically training it along, but all of this is inside of the GitHub repo. Now, let's go ahead and set up the MCP tool. So what we're going to do here is go back, and we're going to go down here. Jono says that was a great illustration with explanation. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to do a lot more tutorials like that, because I think that especially in coaching calls inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero and all of our awesome communities. I keep slipping it, but we're going to release an awesome community soon. That's going to be the theme of teaching, because I think people learn a lot better like that. So we're going to do tools, and we're going to type in MCP server. And here you can either connect to some pre-built ones, or you can do OpenAI's ones, or other developers, or we can connect to a custom server. Okay. Now, what we want to do here is we're going to open up a separate window, and let's go over to our Sanity backend. Okay. So here, now first up is if we go to API, and we go to tokens. Okay, I need a access token. So I'm going to make sure this is only read only to be a bit more secure. Okay, so I'm in my, project that we set up. I'm going to create one for, let's just call it the AgentKit key. Okay, and this is a viewer token, and I'm going to click on save. Now, obviously, this is a private key. You should really hide these, right? But I'm going to show it to you guys so you understand. Once you close this window, you won't see it again. So you basically paste that in, and then what about these fields? Okay, so type in Sanity MCP, and what you'll see is Sanity MCP server. Now, if you go down here, you can see like MCP servers, Sanity URL, and so forth. And you can see that it's easy to add in cursor. You can just click on a button and it does it. You can have this inside a cursor as well, by the way. I have mine inside a cursor, and it will even help you debug and check what's going on. So there's lots of stuff that you can actually do. Okay. Now you can do authorization like this. So you can do it like that, or you can do it the other way. Right, so I want to show you URL is this. Sorry. The label is Sanity MCP, and the description, let's just call it Sanity MCP. Yeah, I guess that's fine. And then all we need is the URL and an authentication key. Connect, and then we'll look what's happening. I'm not going to save that. And now it's establishing connection to Sanity's, and look, it gave us those tools. Awesome. Okay. Now we're connected. It's got all these tools. Now I don't want all the tools. Okay. I only want a subset of tools. So in this case, you see, we can also say always require approval for all tool calls, never require approval or configure on a tool specific basis. In this case, I'm just for demo purposes, I'm going to say never require approval. And you can also, by the way, guys, add widgets for each one. So widgets are really cool. I'm not going to get into widgets today, but they're really cool visual components for each one, right? So that way, instead of it saying, I'm going to do this, you can actually make it a bit nicer. Oh God, what do I do? Go back over here, go back into, oh, got rid of it. Okay. Let me add that again. My token, I'm going to quickly grab my key. Rename that again, Sanity MCP. Sanity MCP, it's fine, connect. Do that again. And then these. So right now, I don't want it to be able to create documents and all that stuff. Okay. Like we don't want to do that. I want it to be very careful with what it has access to. So I want it to be able to, let's get rid of these. I want it to be able to query. So let's do query. I need query documents. Yep. I need the get schema. I need get schema. Get context. Yes, we needed. Get schema, am I blind? Get schema. Yep. I need list workspace schemas. I wanted semantic search as well. Semantic search. And of course, you see that we can do loads of things here. You can give access to list data sets. You can give access to, list data sets could be a handy one if it's debugging. Create version, create patch document. List projects as well is a good one. Get project studios. So anyway, you could do all these things, right? And then you click on add. Now it has access to those tools. So if we click on this, you see, we can go ahead and see what's going on, right? And you can do custom headers as well. Right, that's great. So we can go ahead and change the different reasoning levels based on how we find it's operating. For the guardrail agent, I gave you the value inside of the thing here as well, guardrail fail agent. What we can do is we can implement it like so. And then again, because it's a failed one, we don't need that to be expensive. So we can use GPT Nano. And then it just basically says, why did it fail? And out. Okay. And same with this. Now it should be working. So how do we try it before we deploy it? Okay. Well, what we want to do is we effectively can go to the top here and we can click on preview. And we can preview this workflow. So I could say, for example, we added in all of that sample data. Okay. So what I want to do now is, for example, I can say, what is your work experience? And because I've already given it MCP server, now it's got the tools to be able to access the Sanity backend. Now you can see it filters through. Is it going to pass it? It is appropriate. It's going to check guardrails. Did it pass the guardrails? It passed. Now you can see that it went through. What is your work experience? And now you can see that I need to pull experience entries from the Sanity platform using the tools. And you see that approve. Right now it's approving, rejecting. We need to make sure it doesn't do that. So you see, it's going to do approvals, and you can have that in the chat, by the way, as well. So we want it to do it automatically. So I believe, I mean, let it do its thing for now, and then I can just show you afterwards. But you see, it's querying the documents, getting the context, and then based on this, it's going to find things, and then it's going to go ahead and say, I can give you blah, blah, blah. And then I have a check, but I don't have the full timeline in front of you. Do you want summary, blah, 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 blah. If you tell me you're interested, I'll focus there. So what I want to do actually is go to close preview. I want to grab this. I want to do Sanity MCP, never require focus, okay? And let's hit save, update, yeah. And I believe, I just want to check my one. So my one in prod was GPT-5, it was low. And then we kept it on medium or, and all the rest was good. Okay. So now let's give it a try over here. So I believe this one's the same. Everything's good. Medium auto, yeah. Okay. So now we can click preview, and let's just say, for example, what's your last 5 years of experience work-wise? Okay. And now you can see, and what I love is you just see it fly through. Okay. So in this case, we can see it's doing everything, and you see now it's not asking me to go ahead and verify things. Whoa, this failed. I don't have your personal history unless you share it. If you like, I can draft a 5-year experience for you. Interesting. So it didn't actually go ahead and get it was appropriate, but the guardrail failed. So I don't know why this one is so strict. Let's do moderation. Personal identifying information. Could be the personal identifying information. Let me see. Sanity demo AgentKit. But effectively, you tune your agent. Okay. So yeah. And then we've got our agent here. Let me grab that and just check if I've got it up to date. If not, I can update it and send it to you. Grab this one. Boom. Cool. Let's try that now. And let's just double check one more thing. We've got the data set is going to be wrong now. So develop. And then R1 was env. Oops. Local Sanity project ID. No. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if it does it. So preview. Let's just say, for example, who are you? Very normal question. Yep. So it failed. I'm here to have a question. Please answer. Tell me about. Okay. So again, you can basically, this is being aggressive then, which means I need to tweak my topic filter agent. Okay. So again, what I would do is I come in here and I can say like, this should be able to pass and so forth. What's your experience with React? That should pass, right? So let's just try that. But you can see, you can tweak it yourself, right? Right now I'm giving a quick overview, but I don't know, it's acting very different to my one. But there you go. What's your experience in React? And it failed because location triggered guardrails. I work with React across several. So it did that, but that was wrong. So location. Just for a moment, I'm going to toggle that off and let's try again. So new chat. What's your experience with React? Let's see now. These goes through the guardrails. Also the fail disconnected. So we need to get rid of that. We need to fix that, sorry. And now it's going to query. And I want to see if it does it. So it went there. Looks like I ran into an issue with the context vector because the schema isn't deployed. Oh, God, this whole time. Okay, I know why. I didn't deploy. That's my fault. right? So one thing you need to do, obviously, is deploy your Sanity database, right? Very silly of me. Sanity deploy, right? So here, checking project info. Here we are. Yes. Okay. Let's just do, for example, Sanity deploy again. Sorry, I need to give a name. So we can call this one Next.js, YouTube, Sanity Studio. When you do that build step, it's going to go ahead and deploy something called the schema out to basically the cloud. So that's what the MCP server is going to go ahead and grab. Without that, we can't query against it, right? And then look, manifest, and then that's what effectively it's going to do. So let that do its thing. I completely forgot about doing that. There, deployed one-on-one schemas. There you go. Otherwise, it couldn't find the schema. That's why, yeah. So now let's give it a go. So new chat. Boom. What's your experience with React? So it goes through. Goes through the guardrail. And then let's see. I need to gather. I'll start by using MCP and calling get the context and this workspace schemas. I'm thinking about projects and blah, blah, blah. Let's dive in. Reasoning. I need to look for it's. I don't think it's doing it. Project ID and make necessary calls. Have I imported online? I don't. Okay. Let's check out the studio. This won't work, I believe, because we need Sanity Studio. Next probably is Sanity data set. Sanity schema list. Let me check something. So yeah, that's fine. I know, I'm aware of that one. It's because we need to develop and project ID. So right now it appears that we're not actually getting the correct access to. Oh no, I mean, it did find it. Yeah, that's not being made up. That's actually right. Tech Corp Global. So it did do it. Okay. It just took a bit longer. So I've been working with React for about 6 years, been a common from Tech Corp is definitely from the thing, Next.js, blah, blah, blah. Cool. That worked. So it did reach the backend. I was gonna say, what the hell? And then we got the reasoning. I don't like the way they've changed this. They've changed it literally since we've been doing this. Okay. And then let's go close preview and let's do the fail route. Okay. One more test and then we're good to go. So say, tell me about where have you worked in the past? Okay. One more thing and then we are good to go. Okay, where have you worked in the past? And then the AI twin should be able to determine where we've worked. So I'll use the query documents. I'm currently at Tech Corp Global. And before that, there we go. All right, so I guess just maybe sometimes it takes a bit of time to propagate. Oh, my ears hurt for some reason. Okay, let's go ahead and basically, now that we're happy with the model, we can add notes to basically describe things. You can have human in the loop, whatever you want to do. But let's publish. So I'm going to say new workflow. Let's just call it Sanity, Next-Gen Portfolio, YouTube. Publish. Okay. And now you're probably wondering, oh man, he's going to have to build a whole chat UI, everything else. Let's click on code. Guys, we just go ahead and implement. So you can use the Agents SDK, but that, by the way, in case you're wondering, that's what it would look like in code. Okay. So it's quite a bit of code, right? A lot of stuff happening. Or we've got the workflow ID and we can go ahead and do this. Now, this is the important part. Okay. So commit to use production. Okay. Follow the ChatKit quick start. So go down here, set up ChatKit. Now, I think personally, they need to update the documentation a bit because I think it's so new that it's not really explaining this very well. I had to figure out a lot on my own. But your boy has made it very easy for you guys. So I've got your back. Okay. So what I want you to do is follow me instead. So instead of all of that, I want to show you what you can do. So how do we get that chat actually in the app now? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have a top folder called actions. And then we're going to have one called create session. All right. So actions create session. And you see here we have lib config. So workflow ID lib config. I need to create this one. So lib, I'll explain what we have in there in a minute. Config.ts. And in here, what we're going to do is we're going to get the next public ChatKit workflow ID. Bit of a mouthful. Okay. Go here. And this is going to be AgentKit. Okay. And that one, we effectively just grab what we just had a second ago. So we also have to install this. So I'm going to do 2 in 1. I'm going to install that. And while that's happening, let's go back here. Let's grab this, go forward. Oh, go back over here. Let's paste that in. It installed. Great. Go back here. Go back down. This is very handy to figure out what's going on, by the way. And then what they do is they show you this example. Again, I don't think they explain it very well. I'll show you how to do it instead. What we need to do is we need this script to be imported, right? So we're interested in that right there. So where do we do this? We do it in our layout, right? And no one's talked about this, by the way. There's not a single tutorial online that I've found that talks about this. So you guys are absolutely welcome, right? In this case, we type in script. This is Next.js script. We have the source, which is going to be this. And then we can say strategy is after interactive. Okay. Could even, yeah, after interactive, right? Hit save. And now that will import the script, right? And eventually they'll have a module I fill, which instead of doing that, because I don't believe that that is the most efficient, to be fair, right? So we've got that. And then the create session. Now, what is create session doing? Well, firstly, we use our clerk user login state to effectively check if we're logged in needed. Then we grab the OpenAI API key. You notice how we pass the API key in the call, right? So we need that, right? So here we're going to .env, and this is where I have to start hiding my screen because we're going to have a OpenAI key. Okay. Now here I've already got a key. You can create your own key by going to platform openai.com. Go into settings, go into API keys and create a secret key up here. You create one, it'll give you the key. Okay, now let's go back over to where we were at. I've already got a key, so I'm gonna paste the key in and hide mine. Okay, so I'm gonna, do you know what? I'm not gonna use that one because if I need a backup one, you guys are gonna use that one and I know what you're like. So I've learned. So let me create a quick one. Let's call it next gen, YouTube key, default project, and I'm gonna hide. You guys thought I wasn't gonna hide. So I want you to copy your key and go back into your app, paste it in your environment file, and then I'm closing my environment file now. So now my environment key is set. Once that's done, we've got this, create ChatKit session with clerk user ID. So this is the cool part, okay? So a couple of things, we pass in the authorization, the workflow ID, the user ID, okay? And then we basically return back the client secret. Now, where am I getting this stuff from? You can see here, all right? Similar thing is what they're doing here. What they're doing is slightly different. That's their front end and then the back end. Honestly, it's all over the place. I have to admit, OpenAI do a better job with your documentation. This sucks. Like, it actually sucks. Like, they've got, of course, they have got Use ChatKit as well, but that's, yeah, it sucks. I'll be honest. I had to go through their documentation to find an example, to figure it all out and reverse engineer it myself. All right. But anyway, so this create session is going to create a token for us, and then that's going to give us all session, and then we're going to use this inside of our chat. Okay, and that's where we can use this bit. Okay, so here we have const control and all this stuff. So what we do, and you'll be amazed, it's literally one line and it works, right? It's very cool, right? So what we're going to have is we're going to grab this here. And we're going to use ChatKit. So I have imported it now. ChatKit React. I did install that. ChatKit, yeah, use ChatKit. And we got the control. And then basically the API is get client secret. And this is basically what they've done. Session refresh. Now they don't tell you how to do the next step that I tell you, right? I made it way cleaner. I don't know why they don't show this, but we don't need a refresh token, firstly, because we're relying on clerk, right? So clerk's handling all that stuff. Second, we don't need the existing token because we just don't need it. We don't need to do a REST API call because we've got server actions in Next.js. So we can make this way cleaner, and we can instead go ahead and do, where is it? Sorry, we can do this. Return, create session. Okay. This is a promise, so we can actually maybe await that. It's better. Right. So now this is way cleaner than what they had, right? So yeah, we don't actually use the existing secret as user ID, blah, 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 is provided by clerk, and that is seen here. Okay. So that's way better than their example, right? That's their example, by the way, right? That's my example, way cleaner. Okay. Just want to shout that through the roof. Okay. Now, next we have the theme. Now, if you do want to customize the theme, be my guest. It's here. You can go to ChatKit Studio Playground, mess around with it yourself. I'm happy with the white theme at this point. Then you can customize the header. So the header, I'm going to have a title chat with profile first name. Remember we passed profile in. So say chat with Sunny or chat with me if it's not there. We have toggle sidebar. We need that because I'm going to have the ability to close the chat based on the header action. So let's go ahead and import that. Cool. And then after the header, we have a start screen customization. So the start screen is the first screen that we are going to show effectively, right? So this one here. So get greeting we'll create. And the prompts, these are sample prompts. So if you notice in my app here, let's open up again. And let's go here, chat to AI twin. But these are sample prompts. This is all the get greeting. Okay. So these are the sample, what's your experience? Tell me about your professional experience in previous roles, and then get greeting is going to be a helper function at the top, just over here. So as we can chuck it up here. Basically, it's just saying if you've got a first name, if you don't have a first name, then show it generic. Otherwise, do this filter trick. And what that's doing is it's basically, if you do filter Boolean, it's any falsy values will get extracted. So say that if you only had a first name and not a last name, it'll say, hi, I'm Sunny. Ask me anything about my work. Otherwise, it will show both. Little hacky trick. And then after the start screen, you can add a few more things. Here, you can actually customize things like the model. I think, yeah, I'm sure it's models here. You can do loads of things. You can have the models and all sorts of stuff, even the widgets, composer. Oh, no, sorry, it's in the composer, sorry. It'll be here, composer. And then you can have models. And then you can have the ID, the type and all that stuff as well. So in this case, we're just going to have these like funny ones, which change the way it talks back to us. But you can actually have different models. You can actually have the different selector. So like the agent itself, even attachments, file attachments in the composer. So I actually disabled that, but let's see if we can. Let's do that. Let's enable that. I want to see that in action. So I disabled that, but let's see. We can even accept. Oh. No. Yeah, I can't be asked to figure that out. But anyway, so it'll be that, the models, the composer, and then we have a disclaimer. Oh my God, disclaimer. As a CMS build. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey guys, I've seen you certainly very much. Can we build any kind of application sound like LMS vendor? Yes, 100%. I've actually built an LMS. So you can just check it out for yourself. And then here we have text. And now here I'm going to say disclaimer. This is my AI powered twin. Right? And now here's the part that's going to blow your mind. I promise you, I already know it's going to blow your mind. Firstly, this is very interactive. We have hooks, which means that we are now in a client component state. So we have to say that. Secondly, you're probably wondering, Sonny, how do we go from a blank chat to all of this functionality? That's crazy. How do we do that? Well, my friends, all we do is we run this. ChatKit control, we pass the control, class name, PAL. And then we've got our styles. Now, I promise you, that is it. So with that alone, we can do it. So if we go to our app now, go to chat with my AI twin. Look at that. I'm John Doe and it works. Right? That's very annoying. Let me just ignore that. That's Apple. Right? Look, what skills you, what's your experience? If I click it, pow. Like, look at that. That is crazy good, guys. Look at that. I thought for a moment. Now, this you can hide, by the way. So I'll show you how to hide that. So it's thinking, it went through the appropriate step, and then it's querying. So I'm showing this because I want to show you, but the is appropriate? Absolutely not. I do not want to show you that. So we can get rid of that by going to our Sanity, no, was it our AgentKit builder? And then basically, imagine we're deployed, it's working right now. Look at that. Firstly, wow, that's working. 7 years building. And look, you even get this kind of functionality where you can even quote it and be like, expand on this. And then keep on asking it and chat away and all this kind of stuff. You can copy, upgrade, downgrade votes. But again, it's appropriate. We don't want to see that, right? So here, this is appropriate. You see, it says reasoning effort include chat history. Display response in chat, no. Okay. Show in progress message, no. Show search sources, no. Right now, all I have to do, guys, is publish, and it will publish a new version, and I can deploy to production. So in this case, now I'm publishing it, and you see V2 is now in production, and you can roll back between versions. Very nice. Okay. Now, if I was to refresh, let's see. Ignore that again. What skills do you have? And then you see I've even set up so it asks you more specific question. All right. And then now you see it doesn't say that is appropriate anymore. Okay. So you can deactivate that if you don't want it. And then, for example, you may not want this. I am having it because I'm showing you guys. But if you didn't want that, you do the same thing for that agent. And now look at that. Absolutely awesome. Right. And if you're wondering, well, he's talking about Redis. Has he got Redis anywhere on this page? Well, yeah, we do. Command F, Redis. I'll be down. Oh no, I haven't actually set the rest of the page up yet. So yeah, there we have it. That's the whole chat. And if we go into our chat history, we even have it there. And if we go back over here, look at that. Absolutely awesome. The sidebar is working. And then we can close the sidebar like so. That is so clean, right? Super, super clean. And you guys can see for yourself. Like, we even have this attachment. Let's see actually. So I created this little thumbnail. Yeah, I just want to see, does that actually work? Okay, that's so sick. I didn't, oh no, damn it. Yeah, I was wondering, I thought it was just that. So these are a couple of examples. Let's just see. Okay, so you'd have to set up the file upload a bit more, right? But as you can see for yourself, the chat is working really cool. Okay, really, really nice. Cool. So now what we can do is we got to build the rest of this app out because we got a lot to build. You guys can see we have full agentic chat with the full workflow. Firstly, I'm sorry, but that deserves a huge slap of the like button. That is crazy powerful. Like, if you don't understand the power of what we just did with one line of code, ChatKit, that's nuts. I didn't do any wizardry. It came up with that UI in itself. Like, you don't understand how much potential there is in this space right now. That's why I am doing the biggest and best community, period. If you want to know all about it, all you need to do is go and get the code for free from this build, and you will be in the email list. So when I launch that, we literally will send it your way. You need to be a part of this community. This is where we're learning. All of this is where we're standing out as next-gen developers. Okay. Okay. Now, next step. We're done with the agent kit. Sick. That's done. So next up, we need to start building out the rest of the app. Okay. So, okay. So all of these bits, client testimonials and everything else, even skills and expertise, work experience, so forth. These are all UI presentation logic, right? So again, it's just that they all follow the same pattern, except for ones like this, which is Aceternity, right? But effectively, they follow the same pattern where we're making a grok request and then we're rendering out an output, right? So fairly straightforward. So now that we've done that, I can show you that in action. So let's go to our page, portfolio content. Let's start doing these. So I'm just going to go ahead and do these one by one quickly so we can quickly go through each one and get it done, including contact section, which we have a submission for. So testimonial section, let's do it. So components, sections, testimonial section.tsx. So testimonial sections, we need to have an animated testimonial. Cool, that's the new one. We have the testimonial query, again, grok query, sanity fetch. Then we have if there are no testimonials, return nothing. And then basically we're mapping the sanity testimonials to the format expected from the one in Aceternity, okay? And then we render it out like so. Now, this is actually a lot simpler than you think. And if you're wondering, how did he do that when he did it, right? Did he really go and do all of that? I'll show you exactly what I did, right? So prime example, and this is where AI really does make life a little bit easy. So they have a very nice card one down here. Where is it? They got tons of stuff. You can really go nuts with this and really make your... I'm curious to see, by the way. Comment, if you're watching this video, comment your handle underneath. So your portfolio that you end up deploying. Animated testimonials, this one. Yep. Boom, there you go. Okay. So you can install it like so. So we can go ahead and install this one first. But really what I was doing, I'll be honest, I copy the prompt. I go here. I went into this agent, pop it in. And then I would say, I want to map my testimonials to this component. And it would genuinely do it, right? So in this instance, if I was to go ahead and, for example, not have this part, okay, so let's just assume we didn't have this. And I would say, I want to map my testimonials from testimonial section to the new component and render it below in the testimonial section. Okay, I mean, I've repeated it twice, but again, it doesn't even matter, right? Now you can see what it's going to do is it will go ahead and run that command and it will check, have I got the right things installed? Have I not? And so forth, right? And this is really like, you can move quite quick. If you prompt well and you check the work and you do that kind of stuff, you see it needs to do a bunch of things, including tablet icons and so forth. Now I'll install the required dependencies. So it says I need to install these. So you can let it do it itself. Oh God, what the heck is that? Right. You can let it do it itself, or I'm just going to do it here manually and say done, installed, right? So I've done it myself because I have some weird permission issue going on. And then now look what it's doing. So it's adding the animated testimonials based on that prompt. Okay. Yes, I agree with you, Haya. He goes, this AI kit is going to help so many devs level up. We live in a golden age, providing we can utilize this tech properly. 100%. Absolutely. Look at this. So here you have the animated testimonial. And then you can see the demo. So part of that prompt is they create a demo component. We don't need that demo component. You can get rid of that. And then you see what it's done. Look, map testimonials to animated testimonial format. And then it renders it out here. So with that, let's see what it does. And also it's failing on the lint because remember we made a new grok query. So we need to go ahead and do that. And then once that does it, we should see that issue go away. So generate the types. You see how it goes away now? Because that is inferring the type. Okay. This is freaking out for some reason. Let's see. That is there. Yep. And then sometimes it just goes on a madness. You can let it do it, or you can kind of just not, you see, there's no need for that. You see that? Like, this is what I mean. Don't let it do its craziness. Like here, for example, I can stop it. I say, you know, chill out, relax. Right, and then I understand exactly what's going on here. It's mapping just the fields accordingly, and then it's rendering the image correctly, which I actually like. And now let's see for ourselves, did it actually pop it out, or we didn't put it inside of our page? So let's go to our page, which has a portfolio content, testimonial section, pull the testimonial section in, hit save, and let's go down, and we can see, that don't look right, does it? Well, firstly, that's actually probably just the images not working. So that's actually true, because it's pulling from our backend, which doesn't have an image. Yes. So we can put this Unsplash image in the mix for now. You see, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's actually correct. So basically what was happening is, just because we haven't actually added an image on our Studio backend. So once you add it in, it'll be there. But you see like how now, if I left it, it will just go ahead and cycle through. So every 5 seconds, bam. So it's that simple, guys, to go ahead and do it, right? So you can do stuff like that. So as I jump through the next bits, I want you to keep that in mind as to how I was able to do it. And then of course I've given you the code as well. So that way you guys can then obviously run to your heart's content to get it done the way you want to do it. Or you can just take it, right? So in this case, I'm just going to go back to my code now. I'm going to pop in my code here. There we go. Okay. So I've got the client testimonials, and then I've got the views here. So obviously I've added a bit more space and a few things like that. This is 2 children with the same key. That's because we screwed up, because we're using the image as the key somewhere. Format testimonials. We don't actually have the thing. I mean, there's a couple of ways you could do that, but for now, that's not going to be an issue, because the final will have individual URLs. So that would never actually happen in prod. Yeah. So, and what I'll do is at the end, I'm going to swap out the data. I mean, I've actually showed you already. So what we can do is we can swap it out now. I don't think it'll make much difference. So we can keep it for now. Actually, it's fine. Okay. So anyway, skill section, experience section. So let's just do, yep, let's go through. We need to get them done. So let's do skill section. Go TSX. Skills section. TSX. All right. Now this is the skills section. We have the skills query. Then we have the grok fetch. So you see, that's very simple, and it's just a section where we render out skills chart, okay? And skills chart is obviously a little bit more in depth, right? So this part that I'm doing right now is actually this part, skills and expertise. So these charts, right? Now these charts we're actually getting from, we're getting this from Shadcn. So these are coming from Shadcn. If you see charts at the top, we do documentation. We're actually using the bar chart. Okay. So in this case, you can see, let add chart. Let's go ahead and do that. Add chart. And then of course you can add the base layers, all of this stuff. Layer base, global CSS. Global CSS, base. Yeah. Root and dark. Let's save. That's now added. This one was for the, yep, that's just the key one. That's fine. And then of course skills charts. So that component, I'll show you, is outside. And this one is effectively a combination of two. So what I did here to basically get it to help me out in assisted coding is where I had the documentation, the full documentation, Command-Shift-C, I copy the URL of this page. I can effectively go over here, Command-I, and what I can do is I can do Command-N for a new one. I can turn on the browser. I can paste the link so it has the documentation. And then I basically can explain, okay, I need this to basically do the following. I want to group by different categories, right? So based on the category, I want to map through, and I want to basically format each one, and I want to have the horizontal graph. And then that's effectively what I've done. I've explained it, and it basically would go ahead and just populate the bar charts with the correct axes, with the perfect documentation. Can I do it manually? 100%. I've done it a million times manually, but this is just more efficient, guys. Like, I'm not saying you trust the thing out of it, right? I've gone ahead and checked every single thing that is done, but it can really damn help, especially with this sort of stuff. Like, it can really make it a lot faster. So if I was to hit save here, now if I import this, like immediately, if I go into skills section, we should have our skills chart. We pull through like so. And now let's see what it did. So, close that. Skills and expertise. Boom, look at that. Right, so that's literally what I did. And you can obviously do it in a different, like a bunch of different ways on how you want to go ahead and make that. And again, I'm showing you, you could easily read the documentation, use the examples, do it yourself. I've done it a million times on this channel with other stuff, but I'm trying to show you as well. What did I actually do in this instance? I gave it the documentation. I said, that is how you do an example of a graph. I want the ones that are sideways, and I want to group them by my categories. And now it's basically understood my schema types, and it's done it. Now, another thing which I haven't mentioned, okay? If I'm interacting with Sanity's MCP, there's two ways I can do it. Number one, where I showed you how we could do it with the AgentKit. If I go into cursor settings, however, and I go tools and MCP, you can see Sanity Authentication. So I've obviously logged into a new Sanity account with this demo. So you'd have to connect it, but you would get those same tools here. What does that mean? It means that if I ask it a question inside of my agent chat, it can go into my Sanity database and look around, see what fields are there, debug it at that level because it has access to the tools required to access Sanity. So you can see we can really get into a crazy point of power in this kind of, in this era of coding, right? I love it. I think it's flipping amazing. I think we can do a lot of cool stuff with this, right? Experience section. Also, there is even the Sanity rules that you can use. I've got them here. So cursor rules. Now, I'm not going to, they're on the website. You can just type in Sanity cursor rules and basically pop them in the .cursor.rules. And basically, you can see here, it's basically got a bunch of Sanity documentation, which explains how things in Sanity work. So if I asked it to, for example, create a new Sanity schema, it will know exactly a lot more about how to do that. Okay. Experience section. Let's do that one next. Experience section. This one, experience query. We do the simple fetch. We have a format for the date, work experience, my professional journey. This is freaking out because we need to do a type gen because we've had a new a query, and then we just literally rendering out a timeline view. So this is responsible for the timeline view. So you guys can see here, as we go down here, this timeline view. Very nice little effect, right? So it kind of like, it shows like your timeline of events. And that's all that's happening here is it's rendering out. We've got portable text, which we spoke about earlier. We go back down, we head back up here. Great, that's it. It's very, very simple. And we're ordering already at the point that we fetch. So it's already in chronological order. Okay, now with that in mind, we can see that that's generated the grok query. All the errors are now gone. We can go back to our page. We can pop that in and go back here, hit a refresh, and we now have experience section. Look at that, hey. And it's pulling in all of the things that we've already populated with the sample data. And this is a real good thing because before I wouldn't have been able to teach you like this. So even when I was generating that import all script, I really was using even AI at that point. So if I do import all.sh, you guys can see for yourself, look, I definitely used AI to help me write this 100%. yeah, because writing this out and getting it perfectly right and all that is, if you can do it and it can help me out with it and it understands Sanity context, it will help, right? And this is what's going to separate the developers from the ones who are going to be scared of, you know, not progressing, not getting ahead, like that kind of thing. Like, it's not about getting replaced. Portfolio content, what was that? Portfolio content. Oh, yeah, it's not about getting replaced. It's about getting left behind. That's the truth. Education. Let's do this one. So education query. This one, again, we have a fetch and the same thing. Oh, this one, I tried an example. You can feel free to add a dotted background. I find it glitched a lot of stuff, but that was me messing around. And we have the education. This just needs a type gen. This is just rendering things out. This is the same thing, rendering things out. That will fix with the type gen. And now if we do the same thing again, you will literally see that'll fix. Go ahead and pop that in like so. Let's do projects next. And you can see even now, look, type gen's gone. So all the type errors have gone because it's now added that in. Project section as well. Same thing, no different. Oops, not there. Inside the sections. Oops. Yeah. Import it. Let's go back in. Let's have a look. So our query. Let's do our type gen. Go back down here. Come down again. Type gen issue. And this is just these are literally just styling things. Like, honestly, you can go through and look at it yourself. It's fairly straightforward. If you just look at it yourself, you'll see for yourself what's going on. And again, if you're looking through the code and at any point you're wondering, I don't actually understand that bit, you can press Command K and you can go ahead and say, explain this. And if you do Option Enter, it will actually give you an inline question. So there you go. Rather than doing a generation, it will explain it for you. Look, uses responsive spacing and flexbox. And you can be like, explain container queries. Container queries allow styling based on the parent's container size rather than the viewport size. In this code, MD card applies styles with the container reaches specific breakpoints. You see what I mean? You can use this as an AI tutor, right? So this is why my students get ahead, because I teach them this and they know exactly how to do this. And now they can learn way faster, right? Let's put that over there. Yeah, well, looking way nicer. Featured projects as well. Again, these don't have pictures at the moment because we haven't added pictures. The sample import does everything but pictures, so just be aware of that. Okay, let's pop these in. Let's do certification. You know, we'll do each one individually because there's sections to this. Actually, I just realized. Certifications. Let's do it. So boom, they go in. Comet card is next. Okay. Now the comet card I've customized a bit. Now the comet card, what is that? That is effectively this bit, this nice little shiny 3D card. This one was actually a very nice effect. It kind of highlights a certificate, and that is a real nice effect. Like, to see it shine, it makes it really believe like it's a 3D object with light kind of bouncing off for it. So first things first, we do a type gen to get the types up to speed to get rid of most of the errors. Next thing, the comet card. So the comet card that I wanted is in Aceternity. We do comet card. This one, you see, really nice card. And then what we've done is we do add the card. So boom, add the card. You see the only issue right now is that one. All the rest of the issues are gone. Once we have that card, effectively I've already styled it to how I wanted it. So you can see here inside the frame, I've just styled it to look like the certificate that you're seeing. So you can feel free to jump in, mess around, see for yourself. And again, use AI if you really want. I actually just dunked in a picture of a nice certificate and I said, I want this replicated in line with Tailwind CSS utility classes. And there we had it. It was pretty easy. So that done it fairly straightforward. And trust me, I don't just code like this, right? I've been coding for 16 years. And I can tell you right now, if it can do that bit for me, I'll let it do that bit for me because it's just smarter working. And obviously, again, like I said, it's about checking what it's done as well, right? So in this case, look at that. Oh, and by the way, we screwed up with one thing. So look, there you go. Amazing. Just look at it. It looks perfect, right? You see how the sidebar is constantly open in the beginning? I don't want that, right? So we don't actually want it to be open initially. So what we do is we go to our app sidebar, and the sidebar contents is actually, I think is it app sidebar? App sidebar. It's default. It's in layout. Sidebar provider default open is false. Yeah. So by default, we don't want, yeah, there you go. By default, we don't want that sidebar open. There you go. We want to control it like so. There we go. And this is freaking out because of the images. All of these are the images. And that one is because we can fix that afterwards. That's a React hydration error. Animate presence, animate testimony. So all of these are from the testimony. Yeah, again, Aceternity, that's their component. But either way, we can fix those. The unsplashed ones are just because very simple to explain. Okay, so and then we have the achievement services blog. These ones are all very relatively simple. Achievement services blog, and yes, let's do those three together. So this one, achievement section, services section, and blog section. So these three. So blog, very simple, does that, pulls through, format date, and it just renders up UI based on what was in it. Achievement, same thing, pulls from backend, Sanity fetch. And again, because we're using Sanity fetch from Sanity Live, it's automatically going to be able to give us that really nice behavior with the real-time updating. Here we got the type color for the different achievements and so forth. And then, yeah, you can review this and as to how we've basically rendered it out. And same with the services. You can see here, I've just got the same thing with the services. And basically, I've got featured services and I've got unfeatured services. So let's do type gen and I'll show you. But again, all of the code for that is there in the description. Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of jumping over that, like, because it's not going to benefit that much by going through all of those lines of code. Instead, what we can do is go to portfolio contents, save, import these, and save, refresh. Go down, and now we can see all the different achievements and awards. You see featured achievements, and then we got all of the achievements. These ones basically just filtered based on if they add a feature flag. Same with this one. You got the projects, and then you got the services and different rates, latest blog posts, and then the cool final section before we do the floating bar is contact section. So this one, the contact section is. This one's a bit nicer, to be fair. This one's a bit bigger. So the contact section looks like this. And it's down at the bottom. You see if we've got this map. So that's very dark. I'm not sure. Light. Let's go into light mode. Yeah. So you guys can see here, the content is like so. So you've got, I'm wondering, can you guys see my flux? Let me quit that. Because yeah, oh my god, that's so much brighter. I wonder I can see. I use flux to dim the warm light on my screen to make it warm light as it gets later. And I was thinking, why am I feeling tired? Because of that. Yeah, so we have this screen here with the get in touch. Now this is going to be a client form. Okay, X pages. I don't know what happened there. And then we've got the contact form, and then this lovely world map. So world map demo and the contact form. Okay. So firstly, we get the profile query, and then we render the world map demo there, which is just a demo, which is literally just rendering out different links. And then down here, we've just got some presentational stuff, and then we've got the contact form, which is responsible for the submission to Sanity Backend. Okay, so let's handle that. So firstly, the world map demo. Head over to Aceternity, type in world map, and you'll get this lovely world map. You want to go ahead and pop in the world map like so. And what we can do is we can copy the prompt. We can come down here, and I believe it either adds, I don't think it adds the world map demo to our app though. It just adds the world map. Yeah. So what you can do is you can copy that in, and you can say then update my contact section. Cool. And now that will go away. Then we'll go ahead and start doing that. While that's happening, we can do contact form. So let's do a contact form.tsx. RFCE, and with the contact form, we effectively have some states. Let me go ahead and pop it in there. So it's obviously it's going to be a client component. Firstly, we have an action which we need to create, which is going to be responsible for submitting the form to the backend. This is requiring that we add next teams, by the way. So let's quickly add that in. You see, now we're working on 2 tasks. And it's fairly easy, right? Like you see, like this is happening. I'll say I installed it. And you can take, there's levels to this. You can have background agents working. You can do stuff like that. But again, every single thing you do, review the code that it does. Right now, obviously, I'm on a live stream, but I would never trust it blindly. Okay. App actions, submit contact form. Here we have a use transition. And basically what we're doing is we have a handle submit function when the form is submitted. Oops. Yeah. And then you have the name, the email. What we're doing is when we submit that form, we get all of the fields. So we actually just send the entire form data over to submit contact form, which is an action. It's a server action. Yeah, I did the world map demo. There you go. Right, so let's go to our actions. Let's do a submit contact form.ts action. And before we implement that, I would just want to go ahead and show you something. So that would have done it inside of the contact section. So I just want to show you guys something. Where is it? Added the world map demo. So I added the world map demo. If we click into it, you can see that it's got the motion span. And then it's just got these. Yeah, there you go. So these are the dots that it's jumping between in the animation. And the IDX is just saying avoid using the index as a key, blah, 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 blah. So, okay, we can do that with Baum afterwards. Let's head back over to contact form. So then we've got our contact submission, use action. So submit contact form. And again, because it's a server action, we have to say use server at the top. And what is this going to do? Well, firstly, it takes in a form data, right? From this form data, we get the name, email, subject, and message. And then we've got the server client, right? So in this case, server client, we haven't defined yet. Now, what is that? Why is that different? Because server client needs to have a read and write access. We have to be careful about who we give server client access to. So we'll do that in a moment. We firstly validate that all the fields are signed up. And then if it's all good, we use the server client to, as an admin, go and add in the following. Okay, look, see what it's doing here. It's just going on a madness. So I mean, it's just done biome, ignore. But yeah, I would fully give that a full review, and I would see which files it went ahead and modified. You can go through and obviously check, you know, like it went ahead and did this stuff and so forth. But let's back over here anyway. Yeah, so that did its job. Submit contact form. Let's back over here. So it would then go ahead and create the contact for us, which is the submitted contacts. And then it will return success with the data, right? Now the server client. Okay, so let's create that server client. So lib. So I like to do this. Sanity created one for us here. Oops. Jay, I need to invalidate this OpenAI key. Oh, I need to do it now. God damn it. I slipped. All right, so API keys. There you go. I knew I was going to do that. Next gen, YouTube. I'm just replacing my keys. So y'all don't know what I'm doing. Well, you can't use my key because I slipped the key, so everyone would have used it. So there you go. I'm back. Okay, so server client. There we are. So here. So inside the Sanity lib, we have the client. Okay. Now the client, we need to have one called server client. Okay, so there's gonna be one called server client, and it's effectively a clone of client, except it has a token. So it's effectively this, but server client, and it has a token. And this one is just Sanity server API token, effectively, right? Now, in the live, one thing we also want to change while we're here is we want this to have server token and browser token be the Sanity API token. Now, these are all read and write tokens, so we can actually keep these to be the same. And this is for two things. One, so we can have a write admin functionality on the back end with the server action now. And two, when we do visual editing after this, so our visual editor can modify things on our behalf as an admin. So how do we get that key? We go over to our Sanity Studio. Let's go to our access API. Let's do tokens. And we do a editor, read and write. And then we can call this one, for example, I'm going to show you that it doesn't matter. So the token, it does matter. You shouldn't show this one, but I'm showing you a lot. This one will be admin token. And then we have to add that as a Sanity API token. Okay, so I'm going to go add that now in my environment file. So I'm going into my environment local. I am now adding next Sanity API token, and I'm using the value that I just got, the pasted one. I'm saving and I'm closing. All right, so now that's set. Okay, now after that, we have those things. And this we can now get from server client. Like so, yeah. So that's our submit form. And then this we can go and get like so. And that's just not organized, that's fine. And now let's test out, firstly, the contact form is all good. Let's test out the contact section. What is this freaking out about? Contact form. Components, contact form. Portfolio content, contact section. Okay. Now, we need to test a few things. Firstly, is the world map looking good? And secondly, is the next bit. So firstly, there we go. Okay, nice. Remote connectivity, but it's a bit ugly. I had a few changes in R1. As in it looks good, but this is not the same color background and a few things like that. So we just need to do some minor tweaks. So we had the world map demo. Now inside the world map demo, where we had this entire div can be gone. And then I want to replace this with that. I'm going to add one more div. There we have it. That's a bit nicer. The background of this section is not correct. So we see our deployed one, it's all white. And this one, contact section, So BG white muted. Yeah, there you go. I think muted is better though, because muted would account for dark mode a bit better. Muted 30. That's what it's doing. I mean, you could do either or. That looks good as well, to be fair. But if we did muted 10, it'd be more extreme, yeah. You can just do that. That's quite nice. Muted 10. Yeah. Cool. So muted 10, get in touch. Just do it. So say Sunny, abc@sunny.com. What's this about? Test, debug, 1, 2, 3, send message. And now, thank you. It's been sent. If we go to our backend, let's go to our content. We should see in our contact form submissions, new submissions. Sunny. Where is it? No, it's content. No, contact form submissions, new submissions. Sunny, there we go. abc@sunny.com. And then you should test debug 1, 2, 3. There we go. Nice. And imagine you could be like, great guy, archived, oops. Reached out to him, and then imagine from the back end, you can use the archive now. That's pretty cool, honestly. That is pretty cool. And you handle multiple applications and multiple languages in your application. We might do a video on that actually. Jay, write that down. That's a very good point actually. Internationalization with Sunny, because that's a good demo. That I think would be cool. What's that? I haven't seen that before. Okay. Anyway, so then after that, to get in touch works really nice. Awesome. So now we need to do, oh, sorry, that's not my one, doesn't say. Cool. That's good. So now we need to do the floating bar. The floating bar. Yep. So I build scalable systems. Boom. I just want to check one thing. I build scalable systems. Okay, so you see, I've just changed my style is a bit different. In the code that I give you, that would be a different style, but I actually prefer this one, to be fair. It looks kind of nicer. But it looks a bit cleaner. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we need visual editing and we need the floating dock. Okay. Visual editing and the floating dock is left. So let's do it. So we have layout, portfolio here. We have a dark mode as well. God, I don't know why I keep adding features to this app. Jeez. All right, floating dock is next. Floating dock, you can use either the one in Aceternity or I've created our own one. So, firstly as well, if there's any asynchronous moment in our app, I want to basically have a loading state with the Shadcn spinner. So I'm going to quickly add that as well. So Shadcn spinner. So you can see that's a new one they actually added. Spinner. This one here, handy. So let's add that in. So let's go ahead and do that. So add that in like so. And then the floating dock. So this will actually just pop up now. So you see it asynchronously loading, and then it will show the spinner, which is nicer. Floating dock, let's create that component. So inside components, floating dock.tsx, RFCE. The floating dock has a navigation query to get all the navigation links, and then it will call floating dock client, right? And you notice that's a kind of a pattern that we follow, where we tend to have the server client, a server component, pull the data in, and then it will go ahead and render a client component. That's kind of a nice way to handle server components, client components, that kind of pattern. Okay. Then we have the floating dock client. Now I'll pop this in and then I can show you what's going on. So the floating dock client and dynamic icon. So dynamic icon, firstly, just to get that out of the way, is just a helper function. It's a function which takes an icon name and a class name and it will return the icon name if it exists. Otherwise, it returns a question mark. Okay, so it's like a helper dynamic icon function. And then we have the floating dock. Now, the floating dock does quite a lot, to be fair. In short, well, I'll show you it first, and then I can explain what the whole thing, how it comes together. So let's import it firstly. And type gen is done. And let's go to our layout. Let's pull it in. So I think it makes sense to show you. So let's hit a refresh. Hey Sunny, good day. I subbed for your Expo journal GitHub link. Didn't receive it any till now. Submit again and just check your spam folder. I believe it's gone into a lot of people's spam folders. It's frustrating, but I believe that's the case, right? So right now, because we have anchor points, these click to the anchors, which is nice. And then, see, that's working. And then we have this top view, which is basically a pop out, and then it can take us to these different areas like blog and so forth. And then on a mobile view, we have it go to the top right, where instead it drops down. And then if it goes past a certain point, it will come out on the side. Again, and obviously the last one is a sign up button, right? So this is quite a handy way that we've done it. Again, these are all down to the keys. Ignore that, right? So these are all going to be the keys. The hydration issue is be fine as well, so we can solve that. So this, I'll run through it now that you've seen what's going on. Effectively, floating dock does the pull from navigation query from Grok. And then we've got max number of visible items on the desktop and max number of visible items on the mobile. The mobile, you think it has more, but the reason why we haven't included that many is because when you get to a smaller page with this view, I made it stick to the left-hand side. So let me just close all this for now. So stick to the left-hand side. And you see when the AI twin opens, you see how it's perfectly sitting there. So you can really go ahead and figure that one, like as in style it, I mean, however you want. So I've decided to do it like this, right? So I think it was quite a clean little addition. Kind of looks nice, good use of space. It's been custom coded. You can also use the one that they have on Aceternity, which is similar, but not the same. Same with this one, max. Because we've got a bigger drop down space, I put 8, and then I put the side as that. And then of course, all of this logic is revolved around making that happen. So you can basically come in, see for yourself, figure this out. But effectively, it's more important that I show you what it does. And then the code, you can go and reverse engineer as you wish. But yeah, there's a bit to it. The dock icon as well is what we're rendering out for each icon. So as you can see, these ones, right? But it's very nice. Very, very nice kind of floating aspect to it, right? Right, now the next part is dark toggle. Let's do dark mode. So layout, yeah, we have this. Now, dark mode is actually really easy to do with Shadcn. So you go to the top in Shadcn, go to docs, dark mode, Next.js. We've already added themes, I believe. So, but let me just double check. Add the themes, go back over. Theme provider. So what I do is I copy this file, and then what I like to do is I just come over here to our components. What is that? Go to components, add in a theme provider.tsx, paste in. That's our theme provider. Go to our layout. We have to wrap the app with the theme provider. So we put the theme provider like so above the script. It has the, grab that, and then below it's just above the body. Okay. And then import the theme provider from our components. And this, by the way, I got from the docs. So you can see here, look. And don't forget to suppress the hydration warning on the HTML. Okay. So that's that. And then we've got the toggle. This toggle is quite nice. Now you can use this one, which will give you this exact toggle. I've custom built one and I've given you the code for it. So we need to create a toggle called let's do dark mode toggle.tsx. And effectively we need to, first we need drop down menu as well. So drop down menu is from Shadcn. Yeah. Copy, pop over here, add the drop down menu. I'll install that and that'll be gone in a sec. And then effectively this is my styling for this one. And then what I've done is the styling is basically to get the circle look. And then if you look inside of here, this is where I basically positioned it. So on a desktop is bottom right, on mobile is top right next to the burger menu, right? And again, feel free, customize it as you wish. There's no right or wrong with that. I just liked doing it that way. So on the mobile view, it's at the top. You can go ahead and pop it in dark mode. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So mobile view, let's go pop it in dark mode. And then you can see, pow, very nice. Oh, I actually prefer that color scheme. That's way nicer, yeah. Dark. Very, very nice. Cool. Okay. I'm going to leave it as a challenge for you to customize AgentKit. I mean, that's muted, but you can add that style very easily to say if on dark mode, make black like the background and so forth. But even here, like when you chat with the AI right now, the theme is not accounting for dark mode, but you can feel free to, I'm going to leave that as a challenge point for you guys. Okay. So that is dark mode. And then I think the final thing, if I'm correct, and then I've covered everything, is visual editing. So what is visual editing? Remember, I'll show you actually, it's so cool. So visual editing is something very, very cool from the guys over at Sanity. So if we go to Studio, imagine we had a middle tab here called presentation, right? So in order to get that, what we do is we go into our Sanity config. So step 1, go to Sanity config. And we need to add a plugin. This plugin is called the presentation tool. Okay. So the presentation tool. So like so. And we can import the presentation tool from Sanity presentation. Okay. Now we need to add this Sanity Studio preview origin, right? So env local. We need 2 actually. We need this next public Sanity Studio URL as well. So there's this one, and then we need to create this API draft mode enable endpoint. All of this, by the way, is in Sanity visual editing. Type in visual editing, you'll see this. You can see I've definitely clicked it. And then it's got a bunch of stuff where it shows you how to do it with the next route. So you can see that this is how you effectively set everything. You can change this. But I would recommend, before you do this, go to the live content API and it will show you how you can remove that. And instead you can set the server and browser. Remember, this is what we did with Define Live. This is better. Okay. So I want you to go to client. And here we're going to say Stagger. I actually don't know what Stagger is, but it's basically, I don't know what it stands for, but it's effectively for how it pinpoints what things are on the different places on the screen. Remember, it does that nice little highlighting. That's effectively what it's doing. So we need to populate this and we need to populate the other one. So there's this one. Server client. Let me just double check if we got it there as well. No. Okay, so it's these 2. Okay, so what I want you to do is I'm just going to go into my environment variables and I also want to check one thing. Okay, so I'm going to just hide my key and then I can show you. Yeah. Okay, so you guys can see here. What I've done is I've added these 2. All right. So next public Sanity Studio URL and Sanity Studio preview origin. Sanity Studio is required for when you deploy to Sanity Studio for it to be visible. Next public is obviously required for us. And then we've put the studio URL accordingly. So I'm going to pop my API key back, close my environment file, and then we can proceed. Okay. So we've updated the Sanity client. We've added in the tokens there already. There's this one. Draft mode is enabled. But before we even do anything else, this API draft mode enable. So we need to create an API endpoint, and that's actually here as well. So yeah, we need to create an API endpoint and add in the disable draft mode as well. So these two things we need to do right now. So let us do that. So it will be so inside of app, we have an API folder, draft mode, enable route.ts inside of there with the following, and sanity viewer token. Mine is not called sanity viewer token. Mine was called okay. So if you have a viewer token only, you can use that one. Okay, we probably should do that. So what we need to create a token. So I need to create this sanity viewer token. I need to also do this action. So we'll do both right now. So disable draft mode. Firstly, in actions, disable draft mode. We create this action. Draft mode is actual feature in Next.js, by the way, as well. Right. So sanity viewer token, I need this quickly. So, and then we also need the disable draft mode button. Okay. So this disable draft mode button is the one that floats on the top left and allows you to exit it if you're ever stuck in draft mode. Right. So add it in. And this one is basically just copied from where we had it. So I can go and pop that in. And then basically it's just saying only show the disable draft mode when outside of the presentation tool. So for example, like I showed you in the beginning as well. Then we have to do two things. We have to set the sanity viewer token number 1, and we have to go ahead and do the other bit. So firstly, the token. So manage project. I need a viewer token. So let's go to our API tokens, and let's call this one just a viewer token, right? Viewer. There we go. And then I'm going to hide my screen again. I'm going to go to my environment.local. I'm adding sanity viewer token, and I'm pasting that in. And just to show you, here we have it. So let me put that in here. So now you can see sanity viewer token, with the token in. This API token is actually more this is the admin one, I believe. All right. And now going back, I'm saving my API key back in, going back. Now we have sanity viewer token. Now, how do we render it in the layout? Okay. So you have awesome design sense. I appreciate you so much. And thank you for supporting the channel. So then underneath Sanity Live is where I like to put it. So what we do is we have an await draft mode if it's enabled. And then we show disable draft mode, and we show visual editing, which I need to import. Draft mode can come from Next.js headers. Await means that this needs to be async. And the last one was visual editing from Next to Sanity. Okay. Yeah. Now, with that, what we should have is a presentation. Yep. We have the presentation plugin. If it worked, what it will do is it will hit the endpoint. So let's see. It hits that endpoint, which enables draft mode, which works for a server action, which you already set up. And then it should put us in draft mode to see. Hey, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. John Doe. So if I want to change that now, let's see. So Sunny. And then I can do Sanga. And then I can say full stack software engineer and AI engineer. Full stack software developer. Oh, that's not there. So I guess I don't know if we put that one. I build web applications, YouTube videos, publish. And now in a moment, we should see Sunny Sanga, I build YouTube videos, right? And firstly, you saw Sunny Sanga worked. But this is awesome because now someone without, the dev side of things can just come in here, see how it will look, and then go ahead and do what they need to do, which is really nice. Now it should come up. Hey, there you go. right? So this is called visual editing, right? And obviously because we've now put ourselves in visual editing based on our cookie headers, what we can now do is we can go back to localhost 3000 and you'll see I will be in disabled, I'll be in draft mode, okay? So you see I'm in draft mode. There we have it. So in draft mode, and if I disable draft mode, what's that at the top? What is that? Okay, that was weird. Yeah. But you see I'm in, yeah, now I'm out of draft mode. Yeah. And again, this is because of mode toggle. Okay, we'll patch this up. The keys are fine. Keys as well, absolutely fine. Okay, so with that done, we have the entire portfolio done with the chat functionality as well. So now you can chat to it as well. What skills do you have? And you guys can see, looks really awesome. The whole thing kind of works. We have this 3D design. I can chat with the AI twin. Oh, we need to fix that. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Jay told me off for that. He goes, Sonny, get rid of that. I don't like it. And I was like, dude, it's okay. Oh, I have someone at the door. What the hell? Interesting. There's someone at my door. Jay, what do I do? Okay, so that's pretty cool. That's working great. Cool. Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, right back. Just stay here. I'll be back. Oh, there's a fast for everything. Had a delivery, which I had to accept. And they chose to do it while I was live, but we're back. We're good. We're back. Thank you. All right, let's go. So, okay, at this point, we had everything working. I wanted to do one thing. I was working on something. What was I working on? This thing. Yeah. this Z index. Okay, so chat. So even this one, right? This is actually a good use case or kind of demonstration of it. So if I go to chat wrapper, I want to see if it's, yeah, so, oh yeah, so sidebar toggle, the hidden and top. No, I think it was mode toggle. So, right. So basically what I want to show you here is we have a Z index issue. It happens. I've been stuck in these situations before, and then you have to debug it and figure out where is the Z index wrong. Okay. So what I will show you what to do here is an example. Right? So you copy this, right? And then prime example of this, when it's open, you see how that's open, right? So what I would do here is you can literally go ahead and you can copy, like, let's just say, take a screenshot of that. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab a screenshot of like that, like even that, right? And then prime example, you can go here and then, and one new, and then you can basically pop in your image and then explain and be like oops. So I use something called Super Whisper. So I can go ahead and say option space. Oops. The mode toggle is above the chat when the chat is open. It should always be underneath the chat when the chat is open. Fix the Z index. Yeah. And then you see, that's just an easy way of doing it. And then I can say mode toggle, just tag it, dark mode toggle. So I can say dark mode toggle. And then, yeah, give it a thing, let it go. Right. So this is an example of debugging with AI. So for example, I know that it's an issue to do with Z index. Typically I'd have to spend time on that, you know, run through things. You can very quickly check everything and select, you can find the issue. And then obviously I'm going to make sure it does a correct fix. It checked the sidebar to see the Z index of something. It said, look, sidebar has a Z of 10, chat has a Z of 50, and the mode toggle container has a Z of 20. And then it's calculating the differences in everything and working out certain things it should be careful of. So let's see. And then it goes to my layout and let's see what tweaks it makes. So it turned my layout into a Z of 0 for my dark mode. And now let's see if it did it. So it's not there anymore and it's here. So that seems pretty great. So yeah, okay, so it's there. When it's over there, boom, it's hidden. Cool. Fix the Z index. Prime example of a very handy debugging situation that could take typically quite long. And obviously you can argue, yeah, maybe it's not 100% ideal, this, that, but I'm saying, trust me when I say, like, it saves you a lot of time, right? So this is why I'm trying to be brutal and show you guys that, like, that's what I would actually do. Like sometimes rather than sit here and debug for ages now, I would jump to those tactics and just do that. It makes life a lot easier, especially when you run software agencies. You have a lot of things going on. Like sometimes finding a small, tiny bug that takes hours, you don't have to be stuck in that anymore, right? Cool. So at this point, I think we have it golden. We have visual editing. We have everything looking pretty great. What I can do is deploy now. So let's go ahead and give it a deployment. So I'm going to say Vercel, and I've already installed the Vercel CLI. So you can go ahead and do that as well. Vercel, set up and deploy. Yes. And then let's do Sunny Sanga's projects. Link to existing project. Nope. Project name. This one is absolutely fine. In which direction is your code located? Local. Modify settings. No. Do you want to change additional project? I actually want to see. I usually press no here, but I'm kind of curious what it says. Oh no, so it's all this stuff. Okay, no. Default deployment protection. Yes. Okay. Anyway, so now this is going to fail. I can tell you that right now it's going to fail because it hasn't got my environment variable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up env.local. I'm going to have my screen, of course. So actually you can't even see this bit, so it's fine. So I'm going to grab my env, copy it, close it. Go into my, you see where it says inspect, open that, and it will open Vercel. Now Vercel is where I'm deploying, okay? So here's the deployment, which will fail, okay? I'm going to go into my settings, environment variables, and I'm going to paste in my keys. So I'm going to paste, okay? And then obviously that goes all the way down. So I'm going to hide my screen for a second, go all the way down, and I'm going to go to where it says save. I'm going to save it, okay? Now I've saved all of these, okay? Now, of course, granted, yes, there are differences that should be made aware of, right? Prime example is the data set itself. So data set right here is develop, right? If we change it to production, we have to make sure that we address the system prompt for our AgentKit system prompt, right? So there's factors to think about, but right now, just for the demo's purpose, we're going to keep it as one environment. So it's just going to be under develop, but that's something to factor in, right? What I have noticed is Next Public's Sanity Studio URL, these things don't seem to be affected for the presentation tool. The only thing that we do need to do is the cause functionality. So if you're enjoying this and you're still watching, destroy that like button, because we have over 150 people still watching, which is nuts, right? And so many of you aren't liking and subscribed. It blows my mind, right? So let's go ahead and go back to the project. And we can actually terminate that build because we know it's going to fail. So we can go ahead and cancel the deployment. Even before that, so I cancel that deployment. I'm actually going to do the biome check. So I'm going to run here, just do Command C. Let's do Control R for a little trick, like a recursive search. And I'm going to type in biome check and write, not the unsafe one. And let's see, just a quick little lint of the entire code base. That's very cool, by the way, how quick it can do that. And now it says, look, avoid using the index as a key property, Now I'm going to be dangerous here, and I'm going to say that use max diagnostics. That's not shown, fixing, okay. Let's do write unsafe. So unsafe. 14 errors. These are keys. Keys. Now, again, I'm being lazy right now, but what I'm going to show you is another lazy trick. Right now, for example, I've got all these like linting errors, which I'm sure it doesn't go this high up. Okay, so yeah, so I mean, I was going to grab everything from there, grab it. I'm going to pop it in I'm going to paste it. And I'm going to say fix lint errors. I find it helps to set up a new YouTube channel for live coding and subscribe to programming channels using that channel. Even if you don't live code, it's useful. Oh, cool. Yeah, handy. No, it's handy for people. All right. So now, for example, this can go through. And again, what I would do here is I would have typically had a clean branch. So let's just assume that I committed everything before it makes a change. Just see if I can get it done quickly. Before it does that, before it does it. Oh, it started changing. Okay, but let's just commit for the save all commit, right? Oh, that's dangerous. Okay, don't do what I just did. I just did that quickly to show you something. So now, typically when I run any AI agent workflow like this, I will have a clean branch and then I will know what it's changing. Okay, so this is how I do it, right? So I'll look at it like this. And I'll be checking, okay, it's added a callback here. It's gone ahead and done an image tag instead of this one. It's gone ahead and used, still got the error here, okay? And then basically you go through and you do like a code review effectively of what it's done. In this case, I can see, I can go through and I can see, okay, it's added that. Why did it do that, right? And you see like there's a lot of things which I'd be like, I don't really know why we would need this and so forth. Even this on key down, interactive, what was the need for that? So it's added in an enter key if it's an interactive mode. So for example, you can question things, delete things and so forth. In this instance, I just kind of I wanted to show you just an example of it, to be fair. Even here, status loading, okay. Let's just see good progress. Let me fix the remaining errors. And even in here, you can go back and check. 1J. So here you can go ahead and click it through and see, okay, what else is it doing? It's figuring out things. And then it wants to run the linter again. So we can just run it again. I think it did it itself. Yeah. We're down to just 2 remaining issues, both for, and then when it runs the linter itself like this, it actually has the context of the output of the linter, which is kind of handy, right? So even here, it done a genuine biome ignore there because of the dynamic element. And then this one as well is based on the sidebar, how they've implemented, unless you want to implement as a stand instead of doing cookie setting. Okay, they do that. See, so it says no fix applied. Cool. And then of course you sanity check it. You make sure everything's good. I would go through the entire thing with a proper like fine comb. And usually I reject a lot of this stuff, or I discard something if it's done something like. To be honest with you, like here, where it did the interactive button down, it got rid of it. Yeah, but that was a weird thing that it was doing. I would have got rid of that, right? And obviously, like, yeah, just prime example, right? And then you say you're happy with it. You can go ahead and you can keep all, which we've already done, stage it. And then if I'm lazy and I don't want to do a commit message, I generate a commit message based on the diff, and then kind of handy. But do I do this in prod? No. This is for personal stuff. I do this, but typically you should be having your correct naming conventions, fix bug, all that kind of stuff. But for now, okay, cool. And then let's do a Vercel deployment now. So the Vercel, typically you don't do a -- prod, but we're on a demo today. It's okay. I just need to get it up and running. So in this case, we're going to upload the build and let's see. So it's going to build it out and then hopefully we have the whole thing up and running. So once that's done, then we can do a final wrap up of the entire build. And I believe we are golden. Now, we'll say that this is just under the 4-hour mark. Oh, I nailed it. Yeah. But I would say if you do this build, 1, get the code. 2, make sure you go along with it. 3, have this as your portfolio because it is awesome. If I saw someone applying for a job for my software house and they had their own AI portfolio with AgentKit, which just got released, I would be damn impressed. I'd be like, you know what? It shows me a lot about that you're kind of up to date with the latest stuff. Like not even latest stuff, but like you're just your energy's there. Like you saw the latest thing and you just went and built it and you kind of got it working. So I'd be like, fair play. I would give you more of a chance than if you had some 5-year-old project that you're trying to flex to me. Of course, unless it's experience, like a real product, then it's a different story. But yeah, things like this. Yeah. So once that's done, I want to show you as well. If we go to settings, for example, here we have the project name, my domains. So right now we will have this domain. Okay. So that domain, what we can do is it will get deployed there in a moment. So if we go to our studio, we go to our manage studio, and then we just add that as a cause. So what we do is we do API. Let's do cause origin, Next.js Sanity Studio, HTTPS // and then that. And then this one we want to give credentials for. And then that will whitelist it effectively, right? So that URL is should be allowed. So now, hopefully, provided we built correctly, we should have it working. And by the way, this was with the React compiler, which was pretty, you know what? I would definitely say the React compiler was much smoother than when I did this build without the React compiler. So that is a big pro, because with mine, I was having a few weird re-render states being stuck in all over the place. Whereas the React compiler I didn't have a single re-rendering issue at all during its entire live stream. So it goes to show. That's actually very interesting. So yeah, my 2 cents. There we have it. It's on production. So let's go to this website and let's see if it's live. Okay, nice. We have it live. Cool. Let's go ahead and log in. Chat with AI Twin. Yes, nice. You have to be logged into chat. Log in with my Gmail. By the way, I forgot to mention the history is based on your user ID. So if you log into someone else, it won't show the history of obviously someone else, right? In the chat. So firstly, it's all looking pretty good. Nice. Very, very nice. Awesome. We've got all of this down. That's interesting why it's white. But if we go into light mode and then maybe force it back into dark, is that okay? Interesting with that one. Yeah, that was interesting. On the in the main code base, I've fixed that. To be fair, so it's different. Client testimonials, these images again are not actually, we haven't uploaded any images. So what you would do to get that actually working is you would go to /studio, and then we should have our studio on the back. You know what, actually, before we do that, yeah, I'm gonna have this on the left. That's not right. Okay. Let's test the real-time aspect of it first. So Sunny 123, publish. This should be, I'm not refreshing, my hands are here. So it should be live by default. Sunny 123, bang, works. So the revalidation works, really nice. Let's see if the AI twin works. And this won't work. I just realized this will break. Why do you think this will break? Because AgentKit, so AgentKit, where is it? This one requires us to have, where was it again? It was production. Omit to use in production. There's a part here. Where is it? There's a bit where you can effectively, you have to white label the URL. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. 1 minute. Oh, that's cool. 24th. Agent. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Come on. Where is it? Where is the thing? Run your workflow to use evaluate testing. Evaluate. Yes, the evaluation, by the way, I forgot to show you. This is very good. It shows you different steps, how long each one took, so you can optimize it and get it really dialed in. AgentKit. So basically what I'm looking for is, I mean, I know here, but deploy to production. Yes, that's fine. So we can publish, but that's not the point. It's it has a place where we can effectively put the, oh, I don't know where it's gone. It was in one of these. You can effectively put the, it's gonna drive me crazy. Okay, agent, OpenAI AgentKit domain. It's so new that it's not there. Okay, basically what's happening here, guys, just so you're aware, is it's trying to access it and it's not getting allowed to, because, so you see that what's happening is it's doing it and then it's cutting it. So watch. You see that? Yeah, it cuts because it's basically it's not got permission. ChatKit in it, you see ChatKit in it, and then it's failing. So we need to know why, and I don't. It's going to drive me crazy. Okay, I'm going to come back in a minute, but there's somewhere here. There's somewhere here. Okay, if you can have a look as well, just to see if you can find it. AgentKit. Agent builder. Okay, but effectively it's somewhere here and it's driving me crazy why I can't find that. It was, I did it before I came on live. So what I did is I saw it here. There was an option here that basically had like a domain. So it was like go to production, but domain. And that's where it would agent allow. Oh, Jay, you absolute gangster. Is that the one? Oh no, it's this close. That was close. Good try, but I don't think that's it. I thought that was it. No, so it's actually AgentKit. I think they've actually taken it. I know it sounds crazy, but it was here. It's definitely here. It's definitely supposed to be there. And it's not there. And this is a very new product. So, okay, just know that it's there. It's here somewhere. It's in code or it's here. I know it's here. They've taken it off. I feel like they've 100% taken it off. But effectively, okay, I'll explain it anyway. What you have is they give you a public key. And that public key, you don't even need to use it, but you basically put in a domain and then it will go ahead and work. You put in the domain that you want to white label. Oh, it's going to drive me nuts. Oh, yes, I found it. There we go. Oh my God. All right. So you go to add domain. Jeez. And then I want to pop in. Okay. So look, next gen portfolio, YouTube, Vercel app, generate key. Let's give that one a try. So you got this public key. So that's fine. But now it's a whitelisted domain. Oh my God. That is so bad. They need to the docs need to be updated. It's a very good thing they've done, but it's just the docs are so early. So now if we hit a refresh, hey, look at that. That's equal debugging live. Wow. Okay, what skills do you have? Let's see. And now it should work. Nice. I was just about to say, wouldn't it be in the actual settings outside the ChatKit? But yeah, you know what's crazy is that when you don't have the first domain whitelisted, whitelisted, it's in that area. But the point is that they should show you where, right? That's what I believe anyway, because it will be like you'll have several AgentKit workflows, maybe across different sites. So I believe that would be handy to have it in the UI. But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. This didn't make it past for some reason. Let's try again. Let's do a new chat. Let's just type in, what's your experience? And again, right now we've got it turned off on the is allowed. So it probably could have failed there. And also you could tweak your agents. You can reduce the intensity of the check before and other stuff like that. But in this case, it's there. Yeah. Sounds like it's been injected as now in prompt if not specified first. At least, yeah, exactly. No, you're right. At least we know where it is now. That's awesome. But there you go. You can see it's finding it. And then if we get that back, we can celebrate because I believe we just did it. I'll use project and the data set develop to publish. Let's go ahead with MCP Sanity. Okay. Done some weird call there, but let's see if it works. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, done it. Look at that, guys. Awesome stuff. Now, here's my tip, right? Which I would say to upgrade this and make it way more efficient, what you could do is when we did the server component render of the chat, where we render ChatKit, we already had the profile information. So it would be handy to be able to pass context to ChatKit before, so it doesn't have to MCP out every time or just make tool calls every time, because tool calls take a bit of time. If we gave it context beforehand and that was part of the prompt, we can do that if we were to use, I know exactly how we would do that if we were to use just the AgentKit itself. So if, for example, we were just to go ahead and use Agents SDK, here it's actually very easy. I know it sounds huge, but it's very easy to actually go ahead and put in the previous conversation history, like as in put in your own dynamic state. It's just a case of figuring out how to do it exactly here. I know you can do set state, you can do a few things like that, but it'll be interesting to figure out how to do that correctly. But either way, we're going to figure that out. This is going to be something which I'm going to be teaching in the community and onwards. But like I said, guys, if you enjoyed today's build, I'm going to give a rundown in just a moment, but this has been the AI portfolio build. It's been huge. And if you want more stuff like this and you can't wait for the new community, feel free to join us at Zero to Full Stack Hero 2.0 over at papareact.com/course. Any member of Zero to Full Stack Hero is going to get 50% off my new course and community, which is coming out. And by the way, the new course and community is so affordable. My goal is to basically make it accessible for everyone to be a next-gen developer. That means basically not falling behind, being able to not get scared of AI, but literally do what we did today at that speed all the time. That is how I'm working now. We run so many things in one go right now, and it's just incredible how we're able to come up with more and more awesome ways to and how to use AI in our workflow. So if you do want to join us, go ahead and go to papareact.com/course, check out Zero to Full Stack Hero. And if you are interested in the new community that we're about to launch, then I highly push you to go to get the code for today's video, because obviously you get the code for free. It's win-win. And then fill out your name and your email. We will send you the code and I will add you to the list so you can go ahead and get a nice discount. It won't be as much as Zero to Full Stack Hero members because they're OGs, period. All right. But you guys can go ahead and feel free to join. And that is where we're going to be teaching everything from automations, from AI coding, from next-gen development. And when I talk about next-gen development, I want to coin that term. It's basically, you've seen me do it all manually before. And now I want to teach how I do it with AI as a sidekick effectively, right? So this is going to be something which I really, really am passionate about. And I want to be able to teach you guys to the best of my ability. And that means weekly coaching. That means all of that stuff inside this new community. So I've got you guys covered. Just get the code for free and I will literally hit you up when we launch it. A-Star says, I do see this could be great for employers and clients. I feel like we should keep building on this AI portfolio to help people get jobs. 100%. Absolutely. Like, this is an awesome start for it. I do believe that this is much better than any portfolio I've ever seen, period, out there. I'm sorry, it is, in my opinion. You can chat to it. It's got the most up-to-date, that's not the thing I was looking at. It's got the most up-to-date sort of, you know, UI. It's very flat. It's very nice. In fact, what I do want to do is just show you a final demo of the one that I used yesterday, so we can actually go ahead and get an example of it with all the data in as I demo out the end of this build. So Jay done a very nice job of populating the entire database beforehand, so you can thank him, guys. So let's go ahead and put it in dark mode because that's just better. All right, so here we have it, guys. I'm going to do it the only way we know how, with the Papa Farm anthem. Okay, guys, so we had the AI portfolio. You guys saw for yourself all this awesome stuff right here. We had the beautiful clerk authentication. Once we logged in, we have full access to AgentKit. Beautiful navbar floating at the bottom. Everything is responsive, dynamic. And then we've got everything pulling through in this beautiful CMS fashion. Of course, on the back end of this, we had Sanity Studio, basically an embedded studio powering the whole thing. Everything is responsive. It looks incredible. We've got a feature project. This is something that will set you apart if you are going to apply for a job. If anyone applied to my software house and had something like this, I can promise you this. Me and Jay would definitely give you a second round just to have a chat. Just to have a chat, because I'd be curious about, okay, you're clearly eager to move in this space, so let's talk. And this would impress me more than just seeing endless pages of a CV or something like that. So in my opinion, I hire devs all the time, and I can tell you right now that this is what I think I would be a bit more impressed about, just for the sake that they went out of their way to implement something like this where I can just chat to them. And I'd be curious. I'd be like, how did they train it? How did they tweak it? I'd throw edge cases at it. It would really kind of make me just spark some interest, which would lead me to an interview conversation. So I really do recommend everyone goes ahead and jumps on this. This had so much cool tech in it. It had Sanity Studio on the back end. It had Sanity CMS on the back end. It had clerk authentication. So much amazing tech inside this build. We even covered Next.js 16 in the house. So we had Next.js 16. We had so much. All of the code is available. I've given it to you guys. You just fill out the form. It's all there. Aceternity is powering the entire build. So all of this cool, amazing stuff is like Aceternity we introduced into the build. We have AgentKit in the backend, an entire agentic workflow. It's just awesome, right? We have the backend customized completely with things like the contact form submission. I just love it, right? Absolutely awesome stuff. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you do click through the links when you are signing up to the different services such as Sanity and Clerk. It helps us do this full time, and it allows us to be able to do more videos like this. Your boy is on fire lately. I've been literally dropping these videos every single week or week and a half or every other week. That means I'm pumping out builds, whole builds, every single week and a half. Trust me, I've been working crazy, and I'm going to keep it coming for you guys. So I appreciate you all. Drop a like, comment, and subscribe if you're watching the replay, and hit that like button because we just smashed over 300 to finish off this build. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much here at Siren. Sorry, all that usernames are throwing me off. As always, guys, I will see you in the next video. It's your boy Papa Rad. Peace.